I wish good things to you who's watching this. Yeah, sorry about the delay. We're gonna talk later. With me is Marian Curcan, whom I sure you know well as as many things as the 2019 World Champion in Carcassonne and as the 2022 winner of the MSO Grand Prix. But we're gonna talk about that later because okay, we're gonna look at the games first and then discuss about the format. But yeah, but in case in case you didn't read the title, it's the Mindsports Olympiad playoffs. Very complicated format. So Marian, you're telling me that games have already started. So we're gonna just did all of them start? Already. So let's just go here and we can start commenting on the action and then well, discuss other things a little bit later. Yeah, so this is already the middle game. The players have played like spent two. Okay, it's been 7 minutes and it's 35 tiles remaining, so we're literally half game through. So let's make sense of this position. I was surprised that Red didn't expand this field further when Red had the monastery tile. Yeah, it's interesting indeed. So you see, they're kind of playing a bit of a standoff with that city because it's so interesting. So there are still multiple. Well, in fact, there are two these triple city tiles remaining that fit into both of these empty holes that you see on the screen. But here's the thing: if Red draws both of them, then Red can place it where it belongs near the monastery, and then Red will have a 2 versus 1 majority in the city. However, if Green draws one more, then Green will take over the hole in the north, and Green will take over the city from the north, and they will have 3 versus 2 majority. So it's really, the whole game will depend on actually who's gonna, not only who's gonna draw the tiles, but also in what order players will draw the tiles. So maybe that's why Red decided, you know what, I have the point sources, I have 2 meeples, and they just wanted to be really, really patient with this. Also, I do like the idea about re-attacking the ruin. However, maybe Red thought that the only spot, well, actually there are 2 spots where you can attack, but I guess you could block off one of them. You could block off this point over here in the south, and then this other point becomes a little bit risky. I guess that might have been the concern. Okay. So I think, am I hearing that You're saying you can't hear Marian. I can fix that. I can fix that.
Oh, okay.
I can fix that easily. Yeah, so this is a bit of a problem because we have to sort of abide by the Mindsports Olympiad rules and stream with a delay. But because of that, I will see your message in the chat only after 1 or 2 minutes. Okay. Do let me know if you hear if you can hear Marian again. Actually, I'm pretty sure you can. Well, say hello to everybody again, Marian.
Hello, everybody.
All right, so I was like having a monologue about this city in this game. This game will be over soon, and we could just discuss the next one. But again, it's a bit of a spontaneous stream, so I like for both of us, because maybe both of us were like hoping to actually qualify for the playoffs. But we'll talk about a little bit later. So
yeah, the format of the competition is very interesting. In this stage, everyone has 3 lives, which means that this single elimination, now they're not playing 2 out of 3. They're playing only 1 game. And if you have 2 victories, you'll qualify in the next round, which will be best of 3 games. So basically, you are allowed to lose 1 game.
So it's a double elimination format, which means that I still call it quarterfinals because they're 8 players, but it's not really quarterfinals. So it's a bit of a mix between a single elimination and a round robin. So it's almost half of a round robin. You get to play half of your opponents. So that's why, as you see on my screen, I only posted the first pairings, and then later, like, it's so unpredictable. We'll just be watching games and, you know, announcing the scores verbally. Ain't nobody got time to keep track of this. By the way, Reds now draws a tile that was quite important for Green. It seems that there aren't too many triangles remaining with which Green can continue or complete their city at the bottom. I see only 3. Well, actually, yeah, 3. That's not that bad.
I think that's 4, right? Also the splitting tile.
Oh, yes. 3 triangles and 1 city splitter.
Yeah.
So Green now trying to utilize his meeple advantage and drop some farmers. Perhaps Green might take over this field from Red, although I do see 1 connection spot. Do you think Red now goes and drops the curve somewhere over here at the north for a 6-point farm and tries to eat up this red meeple? And that's exactly what he does.
Yeah. Yeah, because he can afford it right now. I mean, okay, there are he has 3 meeples blocked on the ruin, but he can easily free 1 meeple with that city, and the battle will be on that field. Although 12 points for 2 farmers is enough, I would say. And Red seems to make a lot of easy points, which, it's the best.
Always helpful. Green now does respond with 2 points for a road. You know what? It is still not clear to me who's in the lead even. It's just so much will depend on that city. And look at that. Green taking matter into their own hands, and now Red taking matter is in their own hands, trying to either equalize or win over that city. And Green decides not to split off, but instead finish their 10-point city, and they immediately pay the price.
Yeah. It was a tough decision.
It was a tough decision indeed. So there's still 1 triangle with the road remaining, and now Green can try and connect to that city somewhere here on the left, hoping for the one remaining triangle with a road. But of course the odds aren't great because that's already 50% at most, but you gotta reduce the percentages from blocking. And that's why green decides to just win with fields, basically.
Yeah.
It's not clear whether it's going to be sufficient. Both players are playing extremely fast. Now green must be thinking whether to drop another farmer and decides to do so just for protection.
Yeah.
I guess the meeples, the extra 3 points won't hurt. And now it's a super interesting decision for red. You see, we're talking about this stand-up here. And that's why red's... I love this move by red, because they realize that they already are in control of the big ruin. And then the most what green can do here is they can win over this little segment in the north if they get the one and only remaining triple city. But reds will be in control of the larger segment below. And it seemed to me that red decided that this will be sufficient for a win because they also have a monastery.
Yeah. Yeah, and now green extended his field. I mean, there's no... I wouldn't say there is a need to connect the fields. Because green would have won only 3 points, I would say, right?
It does seem so. Yes, so it's 3 points one way and 3 points the other way. Oh, and now he does this, but then he does need both tiles, right? So he needs both the triple city and the triangle with the road. So that's actually not even a 25, that's a 20% chance with 5 tiles remaining. But maybe he decided
true.
that was enough. Let's see. Well, now we are...
Yeah, it was a risky decision, I would say. So there's also 6 points field, and yeah, the risk was huge.
Well, actually, if you think about it, like, does green win if they get both tiles? They do have 18 field points.
Yeah, but in the same time, red has a monastery and a road,
which is
kind
13 points.
Mm-hmm.
So that sort of equalizes. And red's... Yeah, as you said, red can take this 6-point field in the north.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that should do it pretty much no matter what. Oh, no, I guess if red equalizes here, if green equalizes here, then maybe there's also an option for green to have what's going to be 10 points for the city if they get the triple city tile. By the way, look at that move from green. So green made sure that red is not able to take easy 4 points.
Yeah, he went all in. If red would have would draw the triangle road, it's over. So it doesn't matter if red completes that setting.
Exactly. Well, by the way, since the game is almost over, we've been referring to players as red and green. We will be introducing every player in detail. So Jackface is a well-known player from Team UK. Jack Fowler, he participated in the World Team Carcassonne Online Championship, and he does get the tile, but not the other one. So it would have been very interesting to see. It would have been a very, very close game, but now it will be just lights out for Reds. Reds is Afonso Cavaco, very strong Portuguese player, also represents their team in the World Team Carcassonne Online Championships. Actually, this is true about every single player who's qualified. They're all high rated on Board Game Arena. They all play online. So this year is a bit interesting that there were no surprises, I would say, in terms of who qualified. All right, so I'm gonna refresh this one. Oh, by the way, Marian, would you mind keeping an eye on the live stream chat once in a while? I have so many windows open, I can only do that a little bit. Again, spontaneous stream, very spontaneous stream.
Okay.
Alrighty, so it's 80-44.
Yeah, in another game, Chris Tucker won against I don't know who Ludaselis is in real life.
Ludaselis is Andrejus Svabas, the Lithuanian national champion.
Okay, so yeah, I wouldn't say it's a surprise because all the players have like above 600 elo. So yeah, it's a matter of inspiration right now, not
So who else is playing now?
Crafty Ref from Belgium
All right.
against Juliano Apostado from Spain.
Oh, this is a must-watch because it's a battle of streamers, all right? So actually, I've played both of these players on this channel in our streamers battles. So I lost against Crafty Ref, but I won against Juliano Apostata. Actually, I'm not sure where the accent goes in Spanish, and it looks like Juliano is not in a great position. I mean, the position is fine, the scoreboard, not so much.
Yeah.
20 points behind, trying to make something happen exactly like he should. Gonna get some 9 monastery points, gonna get 4 road points relatively soon. Black Crafty Ref, the reigning Belgian vice champion, I guess if you can call vice champions reigning, is probably about to complete a 6-point city, unless they want to get very creative. But I do like the fact, they do want to get creative. They want to attack the city at the bottom, which I quite like. But
yeah, but it was easily defendable, I would say. So
actually, not that much, I think, because all the 3 triple cities with the road are out. So, for example, if red gets a straight line, then red will not be able to do much. So now, interesting choice for black here. Candidate moves. 3 points at the top for a road. Another candidate move attacking the red's road at the bottom. Another candidate move attacking the shared road next to red's 2 monasteries. Another candidate move scoring 3 points near red's monasteries, just so that red does not score 4 points on the next move. So there's a lot to think about, but I guess regardless where you place this tile, you put it somewhere and you put a meeple on the road. Which road? That is the question.
Oh, okay. So
based on your reaction, this is not what you would do, Marian.
No, it's I'd say it's on top 2 decisions I would make. So he chose to minimize the loss, let's say. So he scored basically on 1 point and gave a meeple back instead of letting red scoring 6 points. So yeah, it's a matter of, I don't know, inspiration and timing. On the other hand, if he would have attacked the shared road, he would have given 2 points and with a risk. So yeah, it was a difficult decision, but almost every time crossroad is a very good tile for scoring these points. So yeah,
Also,
he
there's something
used it.
interesting what this move does spatially, right? So because this road was now completed with a straight line, not with a straight line, but with a crossroads rather than a curve, there's the field, the big field is now much smaller. In fact, it only has one city. Whereas if the road goes here, the field opens up, and this favors the person with more meeples. And this is in fact red, because black has one trap meeple. So it might have been a consideration that black does not want for there to be any big fields in this game, because black is at a meeple minority.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, actually, I just realized that I'm gonna need to either I'm not gonna need to move you. I'm gonna need to move the game a little bit. Yeah, I just gotta keep reminding myself to move it further away from the right. I need to get myself like 3 screens. Actually, that's it looks like a natural move with red's roads, but I don't think I'm such a huge fan of it, because so first of all, red now scored 1 point instead of scoring 2 points, and actually red is making his monasteries a bit harder to complete because there's only 1 monastery remaining. So if anything, red is sort of hoping for a monastery spot. But then let's say if red does get the monastery and places it, over here where monastery would look nice, then black can get a straight line or a curve and just extend the shared road by a little bit and make these monasteries very, very hard to finish, basically committing the remaining square to a non-existent monastery. Whereas, yeah, and you see, so this is now, but this is something that I would have considered on my previous move. Because then red could have kind of built around the monasteries organically and tried to put the second straight line over here as well. Because you see, now black doesn't even bother separating the roads. Black just trying to block everything. But never mind me. The plan works out perfectly for red, and it looks like red is really turning game around. Red's about to take over this road. Black doesn't have a defense. This is super, super hard to block because both squares that can create a blocking platform are constricted. There's still at least 3 curves remaining, not including the curve that have a city attached to it. So red has really turned this around, and I don't know, if you're black, I guess you're just trying to hope for some good cities.
Yeah. You should concentrate on scoring points somewhere else. With this tile, anyway, he cannot defend against that shared road. So
Well, I think that what red must be thinking about is which way to turn this tile. I assume black's going to add this tile to their city in the south. But whether to turn left or right is a good question. So if you turn it left, then the city is more vulnerable to an attack. But if you turn it right, it's less vulnerable to attack, but more vulnerable to a block in case red gets a triple city. But black decided that there are only 3 triple cities left in the game, so black is going to take their chances.
yeah.
it does seem that streaming does improve one's Carcassonne game, because I think Juliano Apostata, so he does stream on Twitch a lot, and he also streams on his own Twitch in English and on Carcassonne Spain Twitch in Spanish. I think he was rated around 500, and now look, he's like at 650.
Yeah, I assume that you'll get more focused on every game when streaming and try to analyze different possibilities and options and so on.
And one extra thing that I've noticed about streaming, I do feel like it has improved my game as well, is that because I am talking, I kind of talk myself out of doing stupid things. Because if you just say things out loud, you realize, oh, you know, like the move that I was thinking, I'm not going to be able to do that. Because, like, how can I explain to my viewers how I made such a stupid move? And so I started making maybe fewer stupid moves because of that.
Yeah, me as well. So I tend to talk out loud the decisions I'm about to make, so and compare the possibilities. So yeah, it helps me find the best one, let's say. But yeah, that didn't help me yesterday.
Yeah,
Actually,
I don't want to talk about what happened yesterday.
yeah,
Well, at least I think you got a bit closer, right? Because you got sort of eliminated in the pre-playoff stage, I guess.
yeah. And Alfonso was the only one who beat me yesterday. So the first time in the qualification round and 2 times in the playoff. So yeah, I had 1-0, but he managed to turn around the result in his favor.
Well, Rav does appear to be thinking a lot. There are many candidate moves with a straight line. You could block the Red's roads. It's not, because there are not too many crossroads remaining. You could start a blocking attack on Little Red City Meeple. You could prolong your monastery and take a 6-point farm. I would be surprised if Black doesn't pick one of these 3 moves.
Yeah, these are the best candidates. Yeah, that's exactly the problem. If you try to block, to only block and not score points, if your opponent gets lucky and draws exactly what he needs, it's several tiles that's spent for nothing. So it should be a balance between blocking and scoring your own points. And now what red needs to do is not allowing black scoring points. So that's the best move.
Yeah, that's very instructive here. So it could have been tempting to use a shielded tile to continue your own city, but Riyadh realizes that no, I have 4 meeples. I don't need to get that meeple back anytime soon. What does Black do? Maybe drop a city cap in your field, potentially meeple. It's actually, yeah. So like really now. Yes, and meeple. Yes, very, very good. Yeah. Because now you need to do some crazy things, and then there's still a sufficient number. There's actually a lot of city caps. Maybe that's the way how Black can come back into this. So next move, Black gets a city cap, finish the city, drop a farmer. That's already 15 field points with 2 meeples, so that's already something. not the most valuable tile now for red. I assume they're going to start a blocking attack, which makes sense.
Yeah.
Yes, and now the thing is happening. And also, actually, this tile made it slightly better for black because this city cap is now neatly covered, so there is no connection square to this field. Of course, red's now going to finish their own city, then black's going to draw another city cap, score 7 points, 4 for the city, 3 for the field. You just see what's happening. So I think whoever's going to win, I think the difference is going to be like under 5 points. The game will be closer than it looks right now.
Yeah, but it actually looks like close because black has a ruin, which worth 6 points, and a monastery, and fields. So yeah, but in the meantime, red has 2 more meeples available free now. So in the end game, when you have more meeples than your opponent, you have a lot more possibilities, and you can focus on whatever it needs. So now black chooses to secure his fields by placing the monastery there.
It does make sense because red would likely attack at some point. So now red probably won't do that. And I think black doesn't have to connect his field. And in fact, there actually are not too many tiles that complete the connection because like all the monasteries are out. No, they're still city caps and triangles and all stuff like this. Also, there is one city splitter with which black can score some points for sure at the south. So it's something that red needs to be mindful about. Yeah, 5-1 meeple advantage with 16 tiles remaining. We will need to look at the stats after the game. Like probably red's meeple's play statistic is going to be like 20 plus.
Yeah.
So if you're reds, do you just connect black's field and get it over with? Score 5 points effectively with that move?
I don't think so, because red has to score points, and that connection could be done in the last few tiles, so it's not urgent right now. And perhaps black does it for him to secure his fields.
Very interesting move, by the way, here. Kind of trying to freeload off a curve, potentially.
Yeah, he waited to black to close his monastery with tempo and putting a meeple on the road. He chose to put there first, but I think black will close his monastery anyway and score 2 points.
In all likelihood. I guess also black could be thinking about scoring 3 points elsewhere at the north. And actually, I really like the way how he turned his city cap because he needs to hope for things and he needs to hope that he's going to win the coin flip. And he's going to be the first one to get... I think there's only one starting tile remaining. Yes. And the reason I'm saying starting tile is because black already has a place where he can deploy a city cap with a piece of field. So he's now creating a situation where he can use a city cap with a piece of road. And now red is probably torn. Reds could either clean off the city cap, but I was about to say, yeah, or red chooses to this. Probably if I were red, I would have turned this the other way just to prevent the thing from happening that black is absolutely about to do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 4 triangles remaining. This is happening. Black is going to try and win over this city. I mean, of course there's an alternative of just scoring 6 points in your top, of scoring 7 points in your top field, but the city will be worth more, and there's still a sufficient number of city caps to actually score points in that top field as well. Moreover, probably the splitter is not the best city cap to be putting in your own field, because this already will create a reconnection opportunity for the field, whereas there are still 3 simple city caps remaining. Black is probably waiting to put the city cap up top and then score 7 points from that.
Yeah,
Now,
but in the meantime, his fields will expand with these city caps, and he has already a backup. Yeah, he chose to attack the city. I think I would have scored on my field 4 points, 7 points, and yeah,
you
in
mean
this
as
stage
black or as red?
as black.
Well, let's see. It's gonna. Well, let's see if it's gonna work out or not. At least it at least it forced something from red. Yeah. So there's this mini battle, but as a result of this exchange, black actually secured himself 10 points, because red was forced to spend a city cap unproductively, and then black managed to clean off both city caps, both in the south and the north. As I mentioned before, he won the coin flip for the starting tile. He was able to use these tiles as efficiently as possible. And of course, there's this tiny mini battle over here with 1 point advantage to red, but it is not the end of the world for black. This 5-point move is probably a bit unpleasant for black.
Yeah.
Their field is only worth 12 points, but they are only at +6 on the field, because red has a 6-point field. They do have a ruin. They do have a monastery. Wait.
Yeah.
I think black should be ahead, right? Black's definitely ahead.
Yes. He's ahead, but the red has 2 meeples. 2 more meeples and can score 12 points in the end.
But this is such an interesting situation. I don't see really any good point scoring opportunities.
Yeah, true. There are almost no fields left.
Exactly,
And all
also,
monasteries are gone, so I'll maybe try to expand the field and score point on little cities.
well, I do see a win path for red, though. So imagine, because there's still city caps, at least I can see 2 regular ones. There's probably something else as well. So let's say there's this little 3-point field up top. You drop a city cap, meeple the field, hope to win the coin flip, then score 7 points, 4 for the city, 3 for the field. And of course, black is just simply hoping that it doesn't happen. It is completely unpreventable, unless, check this out, that would be like, if black does this would be the most 200 IQ move ever. Consider placing the straight line up here, up north, and just blocking this field potential for red, because then there will be really, well, no fields left on the map. Well, technically there's still one more little piece here at the bottom, but it is not as lucrative, because I think there's still some curves, at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, and it will be possible to connect. So I do think that this move does seem to waste a point, though, or maybe not. So like black went for the same idea of trying to block a field. He just went to block a different field, and
yeah, you are right. So black has to detect the winning possibility for red and block it. Even if this means that he spent a meeple on just 3 points. But as you very well stated, red doesn't have many chances to score points now. So the meeple advantage is not that important.
Yeah, here comes another field, but of course is not the field. It's not the tile that Reds would have liked. Yeah, there's still one green square, but it's not blockable at the moment. Actually, and there's no good move for black because there's no way how you can connect this. It's just not a good move, right? For the sake of 1 point, you're risking losing 6 more points because your opponent finishes the city, drops another farmer. Yes, you don't want to actually do that. You just want to stay with -1 point. So I guess what black will end up doing is just simply dropping, making the only legal move that's possible, placing it at the north.
I mean, yeah, he could also just connect the ruin, the city, not the ruin, and tries to win it back.
I don't think there are tiles remaining for that. At least I don't see city caps with a road. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, you're right. So yeah, the starting tile was already drawn. Okay.
Yeah. So after move, there are like 2 regular city caps. Yeah, and you take yeah, exactly. Yeah, you take these 4 points. Of course, now Reds absolutely has to score 1 point, has to clean off the city cap because there's still 1 more city cap remaining. Or that depends. That depends.
No, I think there are
there's 0.
parallels, but no, yeah, 0. So, but
so it's 1
black
point either
can
way.
score 1 point. 1 point. It's okay. But check this out. He could put it near his monastery and scoring 1 point, and yeah, perhaps creating a chance of closing.
It's 1 point like this, 1 point like that. Yeah, just as we talked about point scoring opportunities there, Red found one. Like, Red is going to end up with a 6-point ruin where there were no point scoring opportunities. Like, how impossible is that? Well, there's this 4-point city at the bottom for Crafty.
Wow, so I think in this moment they are tied, right?
I think so. Wait, 6-6 fields equal.
Black has 1
7,
point.
4, 5, 7. Yes, black is 1 point ahead. Black is going to be +5 after this, and that's it. I don't think there's going to be a 5 points move. I'm not sure which tile that is. Yeah. I think it's a... oh, no. Oh, this one. And look at that. What a miraculous situation. There are no ways to score 3 points. It's pretty rare. So the maximum Red can score is 2 points. So in fact, they were flipping. It was a coin flip for the win.
Exactly. What a tight match.
Wow. Well, at least we called it, right? It was under 5 points, like much under 5 points. So first of all, black was really ahead, and then red was really ahead. But then it's an interesting pattern that I observe. Like, the value of the meeple advantage very often correlates to the number of monasteries still left in the game, and everything in this game was so closed, all the monasteries were out, that Red, despite his best effort, didn't find a place to use all his meeples. And in fact, his last meeple is quite literally useless, because he can score 2 points either by starting a new city somewhere or by adding the same tile to his existing city, which is probably what I would do, just like for decoration, to have an
left. Oh, okay. But I think if they drew the other way around, it would have been a tie, right? And in this case, black would have won anyway.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Whew. What a game. That was certainly spectacular. I thought Yeah, both players played really, really well, actually. But if anything, I really also like a lot of moves by Crafty here. So congrats with that. But Juliana post that they still not out. I think because it's a the thing that I call it the quarterfinal is a bit misleading. It's a double elimination format. Oh, so he's talking about miscounting something. Oh, so that is quite courageous. So Raf is saying that he's streaming right now as well, which is I probably wouldn't do that for an important tournament like this, but it's
Yeah.
very nice to care of content over victory. But I don't know. Maybe streaming helps him, as we discussed. Sometimes saying things out loud actually improve your game. But we gotta go to the next game. So Marian, whom would you like to watch? And we haven't seen, I guess,
Let's see
Vainiva's
the.
game. They're offline. Interesting. Did they lose?
Yeah, I think they didn't play yet.
Oh, they didn't play. So we're down to 7. Yeah. So also so Jorimeya with the screen and Vaniria from Chile. All right. How about? So you said so here's Lou de Celis who lost the first game. Oh, but he hasn't started playing the second game yet. So I guess they're all waiting. Do we still have any remaining games?
No, I think. Let us think. I think the Vanilla won by forfeit the first game.
One by forfeit.
Okay, so the next round is about to start.
Okay, nice. Yeah, please do keep me the update with all the updates from the Discord server. In the meantime, hi Glavier, hi Thomas, hi Ricardo, hi Elias. Also, do meeple the like button for the stream if you do like it. It does help with the algorithm a little bit. What else? What else? What else? So before the next game starts, so to talk about the format, they're going to play 3 games with different opponents, and then if you get 2 wins, you qualify for the next stage. 4 people qualify for the next stage, and then from then on, it's traditional semifinals and finals. Semifinals and finals are each best of 3. Did I get that right?
Yes, yes. So now they play double elimination, which means you have one more chance if you lose. But if you lose 2 games, you're out. So you have to win, to have 2 victories to qualify in the next round. Which one do you prefer, to play best of 3 or to have 2 lives?
I probably prefer best of 3 actually, because I feel that there is a bit less luck involved. Like if you're playing against the same opponent, let's say it is much more likely that the better player wins in a best of 3 format rather than just in a single game. And also I like the match aspect to it because like feels a bit like chess, because maybe you try something in the first game and it doesn't work, and then you find something about your opponent's style, and I don't know, you realize that your opponent hates big fields, so you choose to play big fields, or or vice versa. You realize that your opponent like blocks a lot, so you I don't know, like play a bit cautiously. So there's this type of element, and it becomes more 3-dimensional. I mean, this format's also pretty interesting. They did changed quite a lot of things this year. Which format do you prefer?
I think I would prefer double elimination. I don't know why. Maybe just playing against different opponents.
I guess one thing why I probably prefer single, well, not single elimination, but a best of three is, I've said it on stream many times. I really don't like losing, and so if I lose a game at a best of three, then I have like an immediate chance for a rematch. Whereas, if I lose to a person, then probably like the next time we meet in a tournament is in a year or maybe never. So then you sort of just like left there hanging. But anyway, it doesn't matter what we like. You got to be able to adjust yourself to any format if you want to be a successful Carcassonne player or a successful mind sport athlete in any discipline.
Yeah, and you have to be resilient to be able to win after some defeats. So. Yeah.
And also, speaking of the format, like if you find any of this thing confusing as a player, if you win, that's probably good. If you win all the games, then you win the tournament. Doesn't matter what the format is. Just win games. That's it. It's very easy.
So I would suggest to watch a game between two winners to see who qualifies in the final.
Right. So we
saw semi-final.
We saw Osno. And they already started a game with Crafty. Perfect. So 2 winners.
Yeah.
And it's just the start. And look how many monasteries we already have. Will that be the same scenario? One side has a huge meeple advantage, but because all the monasteries are out, nobody can do anything. So that would be an interesting thing for sure. Let's see. So black with an early lead of 8 points, completing the city. But I've noticed something interesting in this game that's sometimes balanced. If your opponent is lucky enough to draw a lot of city caps at the start, they're busy building cities. So you can be the first one on the field. And this is what I would expect maybe from red right now, and drop a farmer. Yep, exactly. Another move to consider would be simply to start a road. Nice 3-point road over here, also threatening a block of the monastery. Because you see now, black is in a bit of a predicament. Like, black can't really start this road because he's subjecting himself to unblock with one move, which is typically not a good idea. On the other hand, maybe it's not that terrible, because if you subject yourself to a block, then your opponent's field becomes smaller. However, there are also some scenarios how you can, if you start a road, you can get both of your meeples blocked, like with 2 curves, and then the city meeple blocked as well, and then the field grows. So in short, yeah, probably don't touch the square.
Or maybe just put a farmer there.
Oh, but he chooses, I love this move, he chooses to put a farmer elsewhere. Of course, it is really, really double-edged, because with a single curve, red can pick up this easy 6-point road. But maybe they decided that they will be able to either fight for this 8-point city or be the first one to pick this road. So, they're going to benefit from something. It's also an interesting thing in Carcassonne. So I've talked a lot about on stream how it's not a good idea to leave empty features. It's not a good idea to leave one empty features. If you leave several empty features on board, then actually chances are it's going to balance itself out. Like, you're going to pick up something and your opponent's going to pick up something.
Yeah.
So, as red here, do you just save your city, continue it facing maybe either to the right or to the left? Probably to the right, if you ask me.
Yeah, I would place it to the left because I would have the chance to close the city with a farmer. But of course, this to the right is safer. Wow, and red didn't take that road.
Yes, it does surprise me. Like it's a 6 point move. I don't see why. It's a 9 point move effectively because it also connects the farms. Well, in the moment, and also this monastery is still vulnerable. Like
Yes, I think he wanted to not to get blocked both monasteries, but personally I wouldn't mind. So an 8 point monastery worth almost like a free city's farm, which is fine if you think that way. So
exactly.
now
And now. And also, actually, it was very important to take that road as well because when black completes the road, black will immediately make red city vulnerable. Whereas if red is the one controlling the road, red can keep his meeple there for as long as he likes and first finish the city and then finish this road.
Yeah.
So this is also a very interesting thing that I haven't talked about that a lot, but although I do remember mentioning this once in a viewer's game analysis stream where actually we were analyzing exactly Oznofag's game, although we were analyzing like what their opponent could have done, is sometimes you can protect your features, you can protect your meeples by meepling other stuff like a couple of squares away from that. So it's a very interesting part of the game.
Yeah, because the opponent is not tempted to score points for you in order to block you. So if you just leave that situation there and look to score points somewhere else. This is why this works like a backup for your feature.
So we need to change the pairings. So if you manage to please announce the action while I take over, while I take some care about that.
Okay, so black draws a second monastery, which fits perfectly right next to his first one. I think a general key move in Carcassonne is to score double points with one tile. And in this case, but it's interesting that he didn't meeple that monastery. When you group two monasteries or three together, basically score double points with each tile you place next to them. I don't know. I always meeple a monastery in the first half of the game because it's a important source of points. But maybe black has another plans. One idea would be to keep the meeples for the biggest field battle. So the main field is expanding and has several opportunities to expand. So now I would say the focus is on that field, which on which red already has two meeples and leads on the scoring board.
It looks very grim for black indeed.
Yeah, he needs to recover. He needs to find ways to recover. So that monastery, I think it would have been one of them.
Yeah, that's one way to do this. Although maybe there were some other ways as well. It can be a big ruin worth fighting for. Ooh, or not anymore. That's also a problem, that this blocking attempt that will probably be completed right now, that happened with tempo. So if you are black, maybe you try to prolong your ruin and try to kind of take these two pieces all the way back around like this, and then this ruin could be worth 10 points and worth fighting for. And in some good scenarios, your opponent attacks it, and then you block your opponent's meeple, and then you're in a 10 versus 1 winning mini battle, and then you have a sufficient number of meeples to actually fight for the field, because you have to fight for the field.
Yeah.
Okay, so ruin destroyed. Well, in fact, it only now became a ruin. Just to use proper Carcassonne terminology, a ruin would count as a city that cannot be completed anymore. Look, dream tile. It's not a dream tile, but it's a decent tile for black, because you can now actually try to eat up these two pieces.
Mm-hmm. And I don't think red will fight for that. Not now, at least.
Yeah, red actually shouldn't. Red should probably let black have his ruin for... Okay, if it's 10 points, let it be 10 points. If it's 12 points, let it be 10 points. The field is already 12 points and will be worth more. And because this ruin will be tangled up over here, it's not like a bad meeple, but it still does not compensate for the field and the point difference. So this game will be all about meeple counts.
Yeah. And with this tile, I would put it at black cities in the right, just to make it more difficult to complete it.
Oh, right. To start breaking it. Sure, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Do you mean, would you just like add the 2 points directly, or would you just simply place it next to it, threatening a block?
No, directly. Directly, because I would have an opportunity to attack it afterwards. And black has only one meeple left, so it's a really important information, because he cannot afford to waste it. So black needs to get some meeples back.
But then it's also a bit double-edged, because I would say red is ahead in this situation, and if red doesn't draw city tiles anymore, then like this is actually a great tile for black right now, because it secures one of the attacking squares. Obviously, just black is thinking which one. I think the bottom one is better for a couple of reasons. But it's a very it's marginally better. So yeah, it's good for red, but red now has to attack the city. So at least they sort of equalized in meeples.
Yeah. Would you place it next to, I mean, on your right city, hoping for the splitting tile?
You could actually. I mean, there's still many triangles involved, though. So you could do that. Or maybe you could do, like, splitting tile first, I guess. And then, some things get... And then maybe block off the other city. I would probably start another city at the bottom, perhaps. Or just drop a city cap somewhere. That's also a problem. Like, you can play with one meeple if you control a field, because then you can just drop city caps in your field. The problem is Black doesn't own a field, so
Yeah,
you can't really. Oh, that's a lovely move. So
yeah.
not only is he starting a new city, but he's also protecting his monastery, which was about to get blocked. So instead, red resorts to simply getting his meeple back.
I think
Black
it.
will now eat up these little pieces.
Yeah. I think of the city with three sides, city and the road. I would I would have done the same thing as in the right
Even with a
area.
shield. Even with a shield.
Yes, yes. Because if black doesn't have meeples, he cannot play, right? He just would have yeah throw away tiles. But now he hopes for closing small cities, and that's exactly I think you have to yeah not allow him to do.
So now maybe that's a situation where you start a new city at the bottom, and then you hope for a splitter tile. Also, like when you're playing with one meeple, of course, or with with a meeple disadvantage, half of the way how you come back in the game is very often building these small cities. But the problem is, the more you do that, the harder it gets, because the supply of city caps that are remaining in the deck is being exhausted. So there is now only one splitter tile remaining, no vertical splitters, only one simple caps. I mean, there's still starting tiles remaining. There's still a sufficient number of city caps, but like statistically, this means that with every new city that you start, you will need to wait longer and longer for your next city.
Yeah. And in the meantime, you have to pay attention to what big city tiles are left. So if red draws the four sides with city, yeah, he will just make the life harder for black. But now red is in control of the game.
Yeah, you just, I don't know, score 3 points.
Yeah,
Probably.
I would score them on road
Ex-
next to.
ah, yeah, I would also do the same, but he goes conservative.
Mhm.
Yeah, because also the thing, I don't think red should be afraid of being blocked too much, because black cannot really afford to spend moves in blocking.
Exactly, yeah. But it's interesting how black just cannot draw roads to complete his monastery.
Yeah, like you would think out of all tiles that are available, this one should be easy. Well, there is only one straight road though. Actually, this means that there is a tile that red can draw to block black's roads permanently, because if red is the first one to draw the one remaining straight road, red places it over here, and there's 0 tiles that are left here. So understandably, black continues his ruin because he just has to get points somewhere. Red keeps scoring quick points. So what do you do as Raf? I don't think you do this yet. I actually think that you place it at the top.
Exactly,
And
yeah.
then you, because there's still so many curves remaining. Yes, you're expanding the field, but then maybe you're hoping to kind of attack this field from here on the last move.
Yep. So there are 6 more curves left. Yeah, that's the best decision.
And then what else? Yeah, now it's a good question. Do you actually even complete your monastery, or do you wait and do you just pre-build this road so that when you complete the monastery you score 5 points for the road? Like, do you need to try something crazy like this?
I think
Because
he must.
yeah.
He must do. He must risk, but in the same time, he would have
Oh, so he
expanded that
goes like
field.
this. But maybe it was better to do that like from the other end because now this is blockable.
Mm. Yeah.
Because the thing's like you're still hoping for the curve, except for in this case this is like a bit safer, I guess. And it's not like you can really use this tile in a lot of places.
Perhaps joining the cities and trying to complete it, even if
At the bottom, yeah.
it is on the field, but the field is attackable. So in many ways,
I really like your suggestion because not only does it merge the two cities and prevents red from extracting a lot of value from the city splitter, but it also creates another spot from which to attack the field. And actually, like, let's say if you draw a straight line, you could drop your last farmer here and then connect to the field whilst completing the city. Well, actually, that's no longer possible due to the remaining tiles, but like, you gotta start thinking about things like this.
yeah. But there are still plenty of curves left. I mean, I think 6 of them, and with that you can easily join the field.
I see that Mikhail Rus is... So Mikhail Zolotukhin, an extremely strong player. One against Ludaselis, which means that we are now down to 7 players. Because this was Ludaselis' second lost. I don't believe we have any other results from other games.
Yeah, that's correct.
Actually, a strong move here by
Mhm.
Black, making sure that he does not get... that Red does not further his meeple advantage. And also creates a ruin up for grabs.
Yeah. Also, his ruin worth as many points as the field right now. So yeah, but red has more points on scoring board, so it's easy for red to handle the end game.
An advantage in monasteries as well. Well, what Black really needs is the tile that Red just got. There's still one more of those left.
Yeah.
To just like score some points over here and then equalize the fields. But even then, it is not enough. I think that was actually excessive by as Red. You probably just take 3 points here because I mean Black can only attack this many features, right?
Yeah, and yeah, as black, even if you win that seat in the right, that's there aren't enough points to win, right? And then red just would have take the field in the left or in the right, and yeah, it would have been a predictable ending.
Yeah, so Black must be probably a bit sad about not building this road from above, but instead building it from below.
Yeah.
Now, I don't see anything better than just simply adding 1 point to one of the, well, to the monasteries. Because you would need to equalize the monasteries. You would just need, like, you would need to make an impactful move pretty much on every single move.
Yeah, and I think he must place it to the road pointing to the city cap.
Oh, like this. So, oh, because there's still starting tiles remaining. That was the idea.
Hmm.
Yeah. That was the move that could have been prevented had you listened to Marian's advice. But of course, it's a difficult it's a difficult game to play. Pretty much no matter what. Well, at least finally, Black has some 3 points.
Yeah.
Probably you gotta. Actually, I'm not sure which way to turn the city cap there. Probably facing down.
Yeah, he has to leave it open for future possibilities.
Maybe he hopes to score a 9-point field, but in fact, it's probably going to be Red who's going to score a 9-point field. Alright, well, here comes the 1 point and the permanent block of Black's Monastery, of Red's Monastery, and Black's Monastery. This would also create a connection square to the field. You could think of... Oh, actually... Okay, so you need to hope for some miracles here. What do you think, Marian, about placing this tile up north, blocking the monastery, and meepling the city as well, hoping to get the one remaining, triangle with the road, then connect, then get a meeple back either from the city or from this road, and then equalize the field?
I think that's the only option he has right now. I think that's let's say at least not a winning path, but at least something close to the winning path.
At least it keeps your chances alive. Like, I think many players, especially sort of intermediate level players, are really reluctant to do stuff like this because yes, it's a low probability option, but then, well, the alternative is having 0 probabilities. So in fact, this is something what makes a truly great player is to basically understand when you're screwed and act accordingly. Let's go, do it, yeah, let's go. At least it's going to be a spectacular ending, no matter what. So by the way, also, I mean, many of you, of our viewers, know that Marian is the 2019 World Champion, but not all of you know that the way Marian became champion, it was like a huge comeback, right? So you basically ended up doing like crazy stuff like this in one, right?
Yeah. I had to. So I remember. Oh, and what you mentioned before, with the last tile not be able to score 3 points, at least 3 points. It happened both for me and my opponent, so it was a crazy ending. Yeah, what I did, I created then a chance for a monastery to be completed in one move because I was only with one meeple, and yeah, that was my only chance to win that game, and I didn't even win it. It was a tie in the end.
Oh, right. And you won. The tiebreaker was your score in the previous tournament games, right?
Yeah, the highest ranked in the qualification rounds. I was like 5th and he was 7th, so.
Oops, I've been skipping chat a little bit. Hi, Daniel.
I think yeah, if I was red, I would have placed this curve right below my monastery, hoping to connect the fields, with this exact curve. You know what I mean?
That would have. Yeah, I know. No, that would have made more sense. Like, and now your field would have already had more points. Well, look at that. So he's getting the thing. Okay, very, very interesting.
He
So at
he
least there's
got
that.
the crossroad. He got this triangle road, and he's hoping.
And now he's gonna try and attack the field. Oh, let's see. But it has a lot of ruins though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 22 points worth of ruins. It ain't nothing.
I think that's even more. It's 24, right? And with 2 points on his little city, so 26 and
-8 for monasteries.
-8, yeah. So 18, and the field worth what? 15?
Plus the small one, so 18.
Yeah, 18, and yeah, red has 5 more points. But yeah, let's see.
So actually, yeah, black is only at -5, which means that they absolutely can win this with a field.
Yeah, but the problem is that there are two fields, two 6-point fields. And I think red must prevent black for joining the main field.
Yeah, exactly. If that is even possible, because I see 2 connection spots. I know that there are still some curves remaining. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You have at least 2. So there are. I see 3 connections. One, of course, is here up top, is the most obvious one. But there's also a connection through an outside curve over here. And if you're really desperate, there's one kind of like through the monastery like this. Also, what Osno could do is maybe go here and try to like sort of merge these fields, but then he's at risk of losing 3 points and then losing the game in some other way. So it's actually like not entirely clear what black's win conditions going to be. It will depend on red's move over here. There are some scenarios how black can win without even fighting for the big field. I'm thinking maybe like, I don't know, grabbing a 9-point field in your last move or something like this. Okay, that's so interesting. So
yeah, but
we're gonna see a connection. We're gonna see a field connection.
I think it's 100% chances, right?
It's 100%. It's 100%, and I think this is gonna do it because then he's gonna score 15. He's gonna be at +10.
Yeah, for sure. And
where is he getting 10 more points? Actually, I know where. Reconnecting. So.
What is there?
Through another curve.
Yeah.
Or maybe as like that's a very good question. What do exactly do here as black? Do you connect from the top? Actually, you'll be adding one more city points as well. Or do you connect from the outside on the north just to prevent a reconnection opportunity? And if I am not mistaken, so I don't know all the tiles. I know that 2 of them are curves. But it might be where the counterintuitive connection could be the one that's working out. However, oh, there's a straight line remaining as well, right? Still.
Yes, I think so, yeah.
Yes, so probably, well, to get this 100%, it would make sense to go there. Yeah, it's a very good question. But then again, also, maybe red can kind of bring in his little meeple here. So it's going to be such a standoff. This is where players wish they had more times. Well, still 40 seconds to figure this out.
Yes, but I think there is an increment, right? But the rules say that if you're under 0 seconds, just 1 second, you lose the game.
You lose the game, exactly.
Yeah.
So if Board Game Arena shows you with the red clocky thingy, then that's it for you. So, oh, wow! He chose another win condition, but will that work?
I don't think he has time, and
Okay, so he scored 4. So he's now at -2. And he hopes for some kind of coin flip at the end. Oh, but it's not
yeah,
gonna
but
work. It's 7.
mhm.
And the straight line and
Yeah,
6.
he would have been connecting,
3 points. Yeah. I think he really had to. Well, actually, I think maybe he had to do something like maybe score 1 point for the city, and then hope to connect later. Or maybe he was hoping that he would draw this tile on this last move, scoring a 9-point field. Actually, in that case, he would probably have won. No, I think it would have been a tie, but a tie is not good enough. I mean, it's a super complicated situation, so definitely well done for making this almost comeback. But Reds, Afonso's in top shape and is proceeding to be the first semi-finalist.
Yeah. Anyway, a great game. A super tight game.
Yeah, didn't seem like it.
Yeah.
But I hope, if any of our newer players are watching, you gotta sometimes try crazy stuff like this, because you see, this was the only chance how Black could create such a comeback opportunity by taking over that second ruin.
Yeah.
So who else is playing?
So I see that Vineria won against Chris, and I think he has 2 victories now.
Aha. So then we have 2 finalists.
Yeah.
Jorimeya of Chile and Afonso Calaco of Portugal. Oops. Let's see. Is anybody playing even?
No, I think all the games are ended right now. So I think now the 2 winners have to wait for the other
And
2
now-
semifinalists.
Yeah, I'm in a second just going to put up the new pairings. It's gonna be Chris Tucker against, well, the player with screen name Juliano Apostate. It's not their real name. It's a Roman emperor from, I think, the 4th or 5th century. 4th probably, as some of you might know. And Raf Mesotin against Mikhail Zolotuhin. Well, that'll be such a match. But on the other hand, we haven't seen Chris play. I guess we're just going to go with whichever one starts first, unless we have viewer suggestions. Yeah, do let us know which one you want to view more. Just bear in mind there's the couple minutes of delay as per the rules. So in the meantime, can you talk a bit, Marian, because you are very experienced in the Mindsport Olympiad, not just Carcassonne, but also other games. But specifically because you won Carcassonne last year, how does this year compare to the previous year? Like, how did the field change a lot? Were there more players? Were there fewer players? Was it tougher then? Is it tougher now?
Yeah, for sure it is. It gets tougher every year. But I think this year also having a different format and 2 rounds of qualification, so there are more players able to play. And yeah, what I experienced yesterday, I lost several matches, so it was a tight competition. And it's very good to see that the overall level of Carcassonne has increased so much. A lot of games deciding at the last tile at a coin flip, and it's as it should in this competition. So whoever wins this, it would be a very well-deserved win and a very, I would say, greater achievement than last year, especially that he gets a wild card for the World Championship, which will be held in Essen. So it's a huge stake.
Yeah, it's almost like a harder version of a national championship, right? Because now you basically need to win another world championship in order to be able to participate at the world championship.
Exactly. And the online world championship is even more difficult, I would say.
Exactly, because I think it was something like 200 people, because there were 150 or like 120 in each of the tournaments, in each of the two qualifiers, but then of course there was some overlap as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So actually, so you're probably, I think, the only person to have ever won the both kinds of world championships. Which one did feel harder for you?
I would say the online one, because the thing is in the physical world championship, not so there's just only one or two, if you want previously, a player from each country. But the fact is that there are several countries which have more than one very good players. So the online, whatever happens online, I would say it's more difficult. Yeah, and the World Championship from Essen, I think the level at the World Championship is almost the same at the national level. So yeah, once you're there, you have, I would say, more chances to win than in online competitions. But this doesn't mean that it is a weak tournament. It's the best players from each country, so it's like a Champions League. But yeah, my feeling is that online tournaments, and especially with so many contenders, are more difficult than the physical ones.
I would probably agree with that objectively. It's just for me, typically maybe in person is a bit more difficult because you know you've measured the journey. It's more like a one-shot thing. You play one game and you only play this very so often. Whereas online, there are also more events and you can get more games in per day. So it's just like the in-person one feels a little bit, you know, it's like now or never.
Yeah, but it's very difficult to be there, especially if your colleagues from your country are very strong.
We have one of our semi-finalists joining, probably to view and study their competition. Well, actually, did they start? I think they might have started. Can we just double check that?
Give me a second. Yes, they started already.
Are you talking about Crafty, or are you talking about...
I think both of them started.
So I guess let's start with this one. And then we probably might switch. Interesting situation. Early farmer from Michael with the red meeples and Raf with the black meeples is now trying very, very hard to enclose it. There are some scenarios in which all this here grows into a huge ruin, and this field stays here with 3 points. It doesn't happen very often, but it does happen.
Yeah, true. Especially if the field is surrounded by roads. So, yeah, it seems like not a good investment right now, but it remains to be seen.
That's a very devious sequence here by Mihail. He's threatening so many things, connections, blocks. There are many positive scenarios here for red. Not that many positive scenarios for black, and even then black gets compensation. Look at that. Red uses a monastery not as a monastery but as a road with the purpose of expanding their field, and well, because also the road seems to be fairly decent in size, and it cannot be easily re-attacked.
Yeah.
Actually, if you are black, you could of course connect to the city, but maybe how about trying to pre-complete our small city here, not small but medium-sized city, hoping to get some sort of triangle restricting this city meeple up top. It's definitely something that red must be considering here.
Yes, and it's not easily blockable, this city, because
Exactly.
red would have need only city tiles.
Oof. And it's
Wow.
happening.
Yeah.
I mean, he's gonna do it, right? He's gonna do it.
Yes, I think so. There
And
are
also he's
so
gonna have
many.
like this one city instead of 2 cities. There's still 4 tiles that fit here, 3 tiles that fit here, and 2 of them are long tiles. Yeah, there we go. And it also shrinks the field by so much. And this is what a combination here from black. But don't discount red, because this 10-point city will bring them right back in the game. And we're probably in for another close one.
I think black could place it next to red city cap and put a farmer there, just hoping for the parallel splitting tile.
Exactly.
And basically winning the game.
Yes, and also getting compensation in case red does draw his city tile, his starting tile early, and also having equity for connecting all the way from the outside, like one farmer over here, another with a curve over here. Bam, meeple advantage, black wins. I really like your suggestion.
And of course, the main idea is to attack the meeple in the city.
But also what I really like about your suggestion is that it's a multi-purpose move. It's blocking, it's farming, it has forms of insurance. Don't do it. I know what you're thinking. Don't do it. Don't do it. It's not good. Don't do it. he must be thinking about a farmer. Don't do it.
Right.
No. Too early. Too early
And too risky at this point.
Well, actually, I'm thinking which way would be more entertaining. Yeah, actually, no. It's probably more entertaining that if he doesn't do it. Yeah, because then. Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah. I think red attracted him into a trap and said, "Fine, let's join the field, and I would take the road."
By the way, this meeple would have been blocked already. Had Crafty listened to your advice. And also, the thing about blocking is very interesting. you really gotta complete your blocks when you can. Because, like, every move there's, what, 3/50? So that's, like, at least a 6% chance of your opponent freeing up their meeple. And every move, the percentage keeps increasing and increasing until the tile is drawn. So you gotta be, yeah, you gotta be really quick there.
Yeah, you have to complete your blocks, yeah, as you say. So it's not enough to half block. And it was the ideal situation where the block is surrounded by roads, basically by only one feature. And if your opponent doesn't draw it, you have many chances to complete the block.
And also there was another reason, because if red were to draw a defense, then he would be forced to spend a curve, which red needs over here for connection. But look at that,
Right.
black completes. A Juicy City starts a counter field for 6 points, potentially 9. Of course, he'd prefer it stayed at 6. And red is going, me like fields, me play lots of fields. And that's basically what this game is going to be like. Fantastic tile now for black. Also, black looks like it's going to be completing more and more cities. Still, this guy's not getting blocked. And when this gun blocks itself, especially if it's late in the game, you bet that a 6-point farmer is coming.
Yes. Yeah, and red tries to extend his field. What didn't look promising in the beginning. Now with that, it gets bigger.
I know that you love to do stuff like this, kind of drop a farmer for 3 points, and your opponent thinks, oh, you know, I have a meeple advantage, and then bam, you suddenly ends up with like 30 points and 3 farmers. And how did that happen? Well, you see, so now he does do the block, but he kind of goes for the lower probability one. And yeah, of course he does need to complete the block now. I think it's more important. There will still be more triangles. But then kind of black is forced to use tiles a little bit inefficiently.
Yeah, but at the same time, if he would add this triangle to his city, it would create an opportunity for red to attack it.
But it
So
does
I
seem
think the
that it's
best,
inevitable at some point.
I think the best way to close it is triple city, triangle, and simple cap, or triple triangle.
Yeah, triple triangle is the best if you can draw them.
Yeah.
Okay. It does seem like it's maybe not the most ambitious move, but sure, that makes sense. I mean, eventually this will need to be here. Yeah, and by the way, it would have been finished already.
Oh yeah.
The city.
Yeah.
So maybe I think we see here several instances how black is. I get the feeling that sort of red now has really found the thread of the game, but black is maybe not using the tiles with their intended purpose. Like, everything about black's placement feels slightly awkward. Of course, it's not over.
Maybe he considered creating an opportunity to attack the field, near his monastery. But yeah, the thing is, if he would have placed a triangle on his city, then red would have been forced to attack it, or at least, put some, I don't know, tiles there to make it more difficult to complete, and forget about the defending his city cap. And
Exactly.
in this case, black would have, let's say 2 ways of attacking.
And now black is running into another problem, because now he has much lower probabilities of completing the cities, because look at that, it's the last triangle city with a road, which means that if red adds this triangle city with a road to his city, now it will be much more susceptible to a block. Whereas on the previous move, before this tile was drawn, the chances of black were much, much better.
Yeah, indeed.
And also, let's say if you're like an intermediate level player and you're not that strong on the tile counting, I think if you just look at the map, you see intuitively like there's big stuff, there's big tiles lying around, several big. Look at that!
Wow.
What's that? He went psychic. So he actually forced Mikhail to place a quadruple city tile. He was probably thinking about that. What a move! What a move!
Yeah, he must have been. Yeah.
And now also an absolutely fantastic tile for Raf. Now he sort of is threatening to complete the city the way you want him to complete it. Yeah, there's another farmer. Okay, is another city coming? Also, like, not obvious which way you do. Maybe you place it like this, but then you risk getting your meeples blocked. There's still 2 triple cities coming. If you do it over here, you create 2 attacking spots, so then if your opponent attacks, you can re-attack. To be honest, I haven't studied it that much. Like, I don't know the odds of the situation. What does your intuition tell you, Marian?
I would place it in the leftmost with the city cap facing north, and hoping. Yeah, it's.
So basically not this,
Wow,
but it worked. It worked. Okay,
was
that's the only
inspired.
thing that matters.
Exactly. Yeah. So I think Mikhail now rushed a little bit because he should have considered possibilities and try to, I don't know, at least make it, yeah, not. And now black. The problem is that black closed that city with any city cap, and it's an ideal situation. I don't know what black is thinking right now.
Just probably slow rolling.
Oh yeah, but he's very short on time. I mean, he's under 1 minute, and there's still half of the game left.
Yeah, I mean, you can get this time back with increments and stuff.
Yeah.
But now, if you're black here, can you sacrifice the field? Do you start thinking about that? Do you maybe just place this triple tile up top? Or even meeple it for that matter, or just to make sure that red doesn't meeple stuff? Yeah, or just leave it alone. That's also fine. And then sort of like red is forced to risk.
Yeah, I wouldn't leave the field battle because with one curve, Road would get 2 meeples back and score 9 points, and he's back in the game.
Yeah.
I think. So the field remains the main attraction of this game.
Well. So speaking of the fields, like it seemed that it would make sense to connect the fields and try to block this guy. Red is only one farmer ahead. There's still plenty of field connection spots, so it's not like so terrible. Plenty of curves remaining. It does feel like it's necessary to block the city. He's thinking which side. South. Yeah, I'd say always south because it makes it for an easier blocking opportunity in the future.
Oh,
Okay,
interesting.
I don't know how much I like that.
Yeah, I would have placed it north and meeple the field.
Oh yeah, that's also a great idea. Because there's
But,
still 6. There's 6 curves remaining. It's not in a hurry. It's like it's a 97% chance or something of getting this. No, even more. Wait. Yeah, like
Yeah.
97, 98.
But he wanted to make sure that his farmer counts for the big field. But I don't know why he meepled that road, because it wasn't necessary at this point.
Well, so I think I know. So like In the event that red draws one of the two remaining T-shaped road ends, then he would be able to sort of clean up this road without scoring. So like the meeple is okay given that you have so many meeples, but surely a block now. Like, or is actually black going to leave the city unattended?
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, eliminating a field connection, probably getting his road meeple back. Also, it's a huge tile. It's such a great tile for black. I'm not sure if you guys know this. Because it creates more blocking opportunities. Like, so now, of course he's going to complete his road. I think that would make sense. I mean, attacking the farm would also make sense, but there will be such an option in the future. There's no rush. Plenty of spots. But if he gets any kind of city tile with a field, then this city will be blocked completely, because this is the last tile that fits with two cities, with two city sides in a road, with at least two city sides in a road. I do take issue with black's time management. I mean, it does make sense that you want to think about your moves, but it's a complicated position. So instead of finishing his road and getting a meeple back, black decides to help his opponent. And actually, I think it may be... I've seen this pattern before, and I think that red is going to end up with a huge city, completed city, and win the game. Like, there's a decent chance of that.
Yeah. And red still has the starting tile and the curve left to free his meeple. So, yeah. I would say my first option. Yeah, my first option was to end the road, and the second one to attack the field.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, but
by the way, also right. It seems that my viewers are agreeing with you, Marian. They also liked blocking from the north with a curve and chopping a farmer. Oh, look at that! That's immediate response. Yeah, again, I think this is another instance of black using his tiles in a, let's say, not the most user-friendly way. Well, because what's happening here? Like, I think black got a bit too desperate. After all, it was only an 8-point city. Like, even if red completes it, okay, he had 5 more points in the meeple back. Like, it's not that big of a deal, really. Well, here are these 5 points in the meeple back.
Yeah.
So I guess now as red, I mean, you might connect. Does that make sense? Or try to block, just drop it here. I mean, if you started, you gotta finish what you started. But like, for red, it even doesn't matter anymore. Like, red is happy to have a 7-point ruin, probably. And then with his meeple disadvantage, red is going to try to work the space. Maybe try to block off connections to the field to make sure that he doesn't equalize.
Yeah, but in the same time, now red just throws away tiles, and black keep scoring easy points.
It's not going to happen for too long because there are still many curves remaining. So actually, I would say that red is getting pretty unlucky with his draws. Okay, well, probably time for a field attack at the bottom in it.
I think the bottom place is not the best one, because red would just decide not to join the roads and leave it for the black in order to join the field. So I would try to create an opportunity to attack it from above or from right, or even from left. You know, there's a spot there with one.
And there are scenarios so you can get like all the way around the left, Straight
yeah.
road, curve, like circumventing this spot.
Yeah.
That would be spectacular. Well, that said, the
And
bottom
on
field already has 9 points, so it could be worth something. This move, the problem with this move is that it gives red an actionable tile. That's why I typically don't like moves like this. But it's alright though. I mean, he's going to end up hoping for the no block. That's interesting.
I think he waits a better opportunity to block that road.
Huh. No 8-point city. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, there we go. That's a good block. By the way,
Yeah.
again, like that 8-point city was possibly an option because that was like creating another threat, and then red would be forced to block there.
But now
But
black
actually,
keeps scoring 1 point, considering that the main field remains red. Okay, and now
and now he can, well, probably now get the meeple back. Yeah, and then you can re-attack. But I'm just thinking, is there a fieldless win somewhere as well? The field now looks pretty big. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
7.
9 points.
Yeah, and now it's
Equal
time
in
to
meeples.
attack it from.
It's just going to rain meeples. But black is ahead, I think. 7 versus 7. These are equal. 6 points. Black is ahead 3 points now. Yeah, black is
Yeah.
ahead 3 points.
And one
So-
one more tile. But I would attack the field, either from right or left.
Yeah. And then maybe there are some scenarios how you attack, your opponent attacks, and then like neither of you connect.
Yeah, and we can just score points at your monastery and find another way to the game. Because now red has to defend the field. So if black attacks, red has to attack back.
So it's like 3-3, it's 2 meeples get taken away. And then black, instead of attacking again, can just like join in red's meeple into the farm. Because again,
Yeah.
it does look like black could hold on to his couple of points advantage. Players are asking in the chat, is Mars 15 MSO your alternative account?
Obviously, yes.
Well, it could have been
It's
an
because-
imposter.
No,
Otherwise,
I watch it with that account because I am blocked by Mikhail on my main account, and yeah, that's fine. We got some issues in arena some time ago. Okay, so black, yeah, attacks from left, and
And Mikhail attacks from the right. And then everybody's
black
probably
connects.
connects.
Yes, I'd say so.
Probably himself, right?
Yeah, but the thing is, I would have put a curve a little bit up north in order to leave one more spot to connect in the left area.
Yeah, I see. So that you want to... I see what you mean. Such great spatial vision.
Yeah, because even if it would be taken by red, I now attract red in the trap and lost 2 meeples just to defend the field, and I will just continue scoring points somewhere else.
I've had an idea. What if we wait? Like, we don't need to connect now because there's still one straight line remaining. And, you know, if our opponent gets a straight line, they will reconnect. What about just taking a point for the monastery?
Yeah, it's a good idea, especially if we attack that joining opportunity.
these 3 points are absolutely huge for Mikhail. Oh, 4 points. Yeah.
4 points, yeah, okay.
Because he's now basically... they are... Assuming that he connects to the field, he'll be a meeple ahead. This is 1 point, basically. Assuming that Red wins back the field, which she has to do in order to win.
Yeah. So 30 points field. It should bring red to 74. So plus 6. Oh, he defended there.
Yeah, it's a great move because he knows there's a curve, so he wants to score extra 3 points on the connection. It's not just about, it's just about that sweet, sweet efficiency. Black is in time trouble, and it could cost him a little bit. So he drew the city cap that red needed, so he's happy about that. But what next? 1 monastery point? 1 city point? Creating some connection options.
Yeah, it's tight. So I think black now is 3 points ahead. Considering that, yeah, red.
Okay, so then he's 1 point ahead,
so
right?
I think so. Oh, and
oh yeah,
okay.
that's probably is the win because the other remaining tile is a straight line. I think a straight line and something else, right? And a curve.
Oh, let's see.
I think it's as simple as that.
I think so. Yeah, yeah.
So now he needs to calculate. So basically, he just has to resist the urge to attack the field in order to win.
Yeah, it doesn't. He doesn't do that. So just placing the monastery near his monastery, hoping that he will get the curve to score, yeah, 1 more point. And that's it.
I mean, yeah, that's the one. Does not go for the fields. Sort of loses the coin flip, but it doesn't matter that much to him. So it's 4-4, no 5-4. Is gonna win this by 2 points, 3 points, something like this.
Yeah, I think at most 3 points. So I don't see more than 4.
Yeah, there's the one more point. Choose the road or choose the field, whichever you prefer. Chooses the road, and I can't wait. I always do that. +3. What a game indeed. And look at that, very instructive. Like, when your opponent has a big field, you don't always have to fight for it. I mean, he fought for it in order to force his opponent, fight for it, to drain some time, to force his opponent in some inefficient moves, and that's it. That all it took to just preserve that 3-point difference.
Yeah.
Also,
the thing is that, on that field, black scored most of the cities. So the field was just a compensation for those 2 big cities closed by black.
Yes, exactly. And also thinking of compensation, like a lot of these fields is just, well, all these city caps, but all these city caps were completed by black. So it's like 4 points for black, 3 points for red. 4 points for black, 3 points for red. So just like 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. So then in hindsight, like all this field is not that scary.
Yeah, true.
Alrighty. So we are getting
Okay.
asked in the chat if we only watch Crafter, so we have to watch the other pairing. How did they do in their first match?
So let's see.
Yeah, there we go. So in the first game, Juliana Apostata won by like a huge margin. Not that it matters, but the point difference doesn't matter. And we're going to wait for them to start a second game and now focus on this pair.
Yeah, but now I think Crafty has 1 point, let's say, victory.
Yep.
Out of 2 matches. I think Mikhail lost both games, and he's out, right?
Oh no, this is already the. Oh right. Oh, that's how it works. That was a single elimination thing.
It's still part of double elimination, and
Oh,
it
it's
was
still part of the double
the last.
elimination. Yeah. Because we already had to. Oh wait. So this means that Raf is our first semifinalist. Our third semifinalist.
Not sure. I think he has only 1 victory, right?
No,
And
two, I think. No, am I
Two?
missing something?
Oh, let's check.
Because we've been asked if we only watched Crafty's games.
Oh yeah. So he
Yeah,
won
we
the
actually
first
saw
one.
his first win. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Oh, so that's
Okay,
means everything's
so it's,
decided. So we have a final 4 already. So that's Juliana Apostata of Spain, Raf Mesaran of Belgium, Jorim Meya of Chile, and Afonso Cavaco of Portugal. So lots of, well, half of the field is represented by Spanish-speaking countries now. Let's see. I'm not sure if they're planning a bid break because they're saying I need longer break. It's like in the Discord, Juliana Apostata is saying I need a longer break to rebuild my brain cells. Although they are asking, oh, so they're now debating like how long the break should be. In the meantime, I don't know, let's just have a look at the chat again, see if you have any questions. I always am debating whether the commentators need a break as well. What do you think, Marian?
Well, I would say so, but in the meantime, we can just discuss various stuff. So now, they will play best of 3. So it becomes more intense. And yeah, in the mine sport, you have to be resistant to play several games in a row without break. But now let's see the pairings.
I don't think they have been published yet, so at least I see that, yeah, there's the list. And there are all the rules.
I think it's already established. I mean, the pairings are already established by the match you were in previously.
Oh yeah, so I assume that Vineri and Osno cannot play each other. That would make sense. Because they're the ones with the 2 wins first. But I never know. Like I read this format many times, and also this morning I realized that I had understood it wrong. And I remember that that something felt very counterintuitive to me in terms of like who's playing whom, because the way it's set up, there is a chance that the 2, let's say, best players meet earlier than the finals. Craft Giraffe looks like he's a bit tired because he's saying, can't we just give everybody the gold medal? in the championship Discord server that some of you may be seeing. No, there can be only one, and a trip to Essen with airfare and hotel. Yeah, that would be nice. Sure, everybody can go to Essen as a tourist. It's not like it's not forbidden or everything. You can even go to the championship, just not play. Alrighty, so we finally have the pairings. It's gonna be Vineria versus Craftcraft and Osno versus Juliano.
Yes. Maybe we can watch like the first game from the first match and the other one, the second game from the other match, to commentate all players.
Yeah, that would make sense. And also, we haven't seen a full Vineria's game because they won their first game by forfeit, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Oh, do you have predictions amongst this four?
Oh no, it's very difficult to predict anything right now.
What about our viewers? Do you have predictions? You can place some bets. Please bet responsibly. Okay, so, and as far as I understand, they're not planning a break, so we'll just be sticking around here and waiting until they start. In the meantime, I'm gonna make a new draw, and just please keep an eye on this situation. Each pair is streamer versus non-streamer, so you might predict my biased sympathies here.
Someone asked in the chat if you can analyze the stats for each player before they start.
Oh, that would be
Perhaps the ELO, the history between them, and so on.
The history one's particularly interesting. So let's look at let's look at Juliano and Osno here. Yes, like 647. Obviously increased his elo as well during the Mind Sports Olympiad, so that changes a lot. But it's not, I mean, like, of course, all these players are high rated, but it's specifically the recent spike of about 100 points that is noteworthy. Alright, see. So let's see.
So Osnafak has a history of 7-0 against Juliano, but
I mean these are arena games. Like...
But this could be bad for, I wouldn't say bad, but if you have an advantage over your opponent, you feel more nervous about the game, thinking that okay, why be that pair before? It shouldn't be any problem now. And if it gets tricky during the game, you start panicking. And yeah, let's see if they consider that.
Yeah, because I guess like if you are the favorite, then it's almost like you can't feel joy if you win. It's either you feel sadness if you lose, or you feel relief if you win. And also, but you have the starting player advantage. Both these players are now equally rated. Arena games don't matter anymore. I've also had many situations where I was actually the favorite. I don't know. I once lost a tournament game against somebody against whom I had an 85% win rate across 40 games. But you know, like right there and now, you just gotta bring out your best, and that's. So absolutely anything can happen. I know I said we were going to watch the other match, but the other match is not happening, at least now. So we're going to start with this one, then watch the other one. All right, let's see if you guys are saying anything. Oh, yeah, so Horima's correcting me that he actually won all games. Because it... But why do I think that he won by forfeit? Because I just looked through his game history and couldn't find... all right. Quite an even start, although I remember your words from one of our previous streams that you said that you believe whoever draws the first monastery in Carcassonne has the opening advantage.
Yeah, I mean, it's ideal to draw one monastery in the first 10 tiles, I would say. If you draw 2 of them, you completely control the game. But it's important how you use them and what your opponent does to try to block you, not to easily complete them. The big advantage you have when you draw monasteries early is you can even control the field, which creates around them, and just place them tiles with tempo. Yeah, just.
And this is something that looks as the thing that you're describing is about to happen. Divider here, city cap, drop a farmer, second monastery, field secure, 9 points, 18 monastery points, red wins. Farmer. Now there we go, securing the city cap. I mean, it's nice to have 12 points on the board, but I would still probably even slightly favor red in this position.
Yeah, as previous games show, it doesn't matter the meeple advantage if you don't have opportunities to score, right? To score points. So now, yeah, Juliano has not many options here.
Probably just start a new city like somewhere else, or maybe just here, like up top, hoping to get 2 triangles, get this one, start some attacks over here. Yeah, you would be expanding your opponent's fields, but because it looks like it's going to be worth at least 9 points, it will be worth fighting for. Anyway, he chooses to start another field elsewhere, creating a 3-point road and a blocking threat for himself, also creating a potential 7-point monastery spot, which is now blocked. There's still a second monastery spot over here, and a third one, of course, over here, which favors red. As red, you probably want to score 2 quick points here. I would prefer turning it the other way, because then now you're giving your opponent tiles to attack you with tempo. Now dilemma, do you block your opponent or do you do this? And I prefer this exactly.
Yeah, me too.
Which, by the way, would not have been possible had yellow placed this tile over here, because it kind of works as protection against triangles as well. So now yellow's getting a bit antsy, sacrificing 2 points here. Also pre-building some roads for your opponent. Probably needs to get his meeple back of harm's way and have 7 meeples in hand, which to me always feels strange, but I guess sometimes it happens.
Yeah, but at the same time, you don't want to leave points for your opponent. So with this, let's say, city cap with curve, Juliano could get road, for example. And yeah.
So now, kind of. Oh, I mean, I see he's trying to block, but in fact, this is kind of safe. This is actually really safe. So, and there are some points to be taken here. So Osno may be thinking of putting the curve like this, or maybe starting a ring road, also harassing the city a little bit. Instead, chooses just to continue his own roads. Equalizing on the scoreboard. Now does the other thing. Players now placing really fast, playing natural moves. Now a difficult tile for Osno. I really like when this happens because it's not obvious what to do with that, and these kind of tiles show, you know, who the real stronger player is. I have no idea where to use it. Any tips, Marian?
I think in the north, yeah.
Oh yeah, I like that too. It's a good one. Good one. Right, here goes Monastery. This one or this one. Probably, yeah, maybe the one that controls your opponent's road would make sense. Also has better development options. Because this monastery is also okay, but it can only be built up with straight roads. So he prefers to go for the 4-point spot, but for the block. That's actually pretty interesting. And then there's still 2 tiles remaining that fit in this hole. However, there's still many more road ends. And with the road end, he hopes to... or with the road, he hopes to create a block for this square. So who's going to block whom? Okay, so he's going to be first.
Yeah, Julian was going to block first. And
the other one also gets blocked, I assume. Or actually, he doesn't have to. Oh, he doesn't have to because that's the last tile. Yeah, because actually there are no tiles that fit here. It can be sometimes quite annoying from yellow's side because, you know, your opponent not only blocked you, but he did so effortlessly. He didn't even have to spend move on this. Okay, 6 points. Let's go. Or 4 points over here, 5 points over here, 3 points over here. Also could be considered. Goes for more points. Osno is now playing really fast. And somebody's now counting tiles and has 3 minutes on the clock. And ways to move, and so this, it's not such a huge deal, but it costs yellow 1 point. Let's see if this point makes a difference. I also sometimes make tile counting hallucinations, but typically I'm extra cautious with city caps with a curve because it's just so easy to confuse which side it goes. So then I triple check that before placing.
Yeah, true. And now Red has the opportunity to close his city with a farmer to secure the field because it looks like it would be the main field. And if you go with 2 farmers against 0, you discourage your opponent to attack the field. And you can just keep growing it.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yes.
The last meeple comes. Both players are getting creative. More blocks. Blocks.
I think I would have just completed my city and that's it. Because now he blocks himself, yeah. And Juliano draws his tile. I think there is one more left.
I think so. The way I count tiles like this is I first of all ignore the curve, and then I count until 6, and I see 5 of those. And we know that this kind of tile has already been used up, so the one remaining must be the other kind.
Right, yeah. It's a good way. It also goes with the triangles to count them together.
Mm-hmm. If I were Juliano here, I would not attempt to block. I would either start a new city here, or start a new city up top, preferably trying to connect this ruin. Because the problem, if you're trying to block over here, then you are giving your opponent a chance to defend by completing the city. That's the problem. Because it's not a real attack. Yeah. And now, you know, will they spend such a valuable tile on this? It's a really, really big dilemma. And now 50-50 for the win for red. So you take this thing and you point it downwards. You have a decent sized ruin for 9 points, and you have a chance to just put away the game.
Yeah, and then at the same time, pointing a road to the city. Yellow just started. So,
Oh yes,
and
exactly.
There aren't many city caps road left, right?
Yeah, there. I see one starting tile. I see one city with a crossroads.
Yeah, and one with the curve. I think I would go for the other option, just putting that on.
For this one, yeah?
Yes.
Well, it does essentially give you the same chances, but you don't restrict your opponent's meeple.
Yes, okay, exactly.
Well, okay. Now, of course, you have to attempt this block. You go up top, right? I think.
Yes. So the thing is, with one meeple each block, but with 1 point, it's basically they play with one less meeple, so they have to pay more attention to where they use them.
Oh, that's a good question. Do you block your opponent or do you save yourself? I would have probably preferred the other thing, because you still have a good chance to block. And even if you don't block, it's only 50-50. I think at this point, like, if you're yellow, you have to recognize that you're behind. And now what you do, you engage in this losing... Well, on the other hand, you still have another splitter, though. So I can understand this decision as well. But then, having 2 meeples in this situation would be huge. And what red might do... Red might just place it somewhere over here, maybe? Trying to ruin this meeple a little bit. Also, I think I now understand yellow's moves. It seems that yellow has been diligently pre-building this road next to his city that is not going to get completed because there's not a sufficient number of tiles. Right, here comes the block, I assume, or the semi-block from red.
Yeah, I think previously yellow thought that red would have drawn the starting tile. The game is over, so there aren't chances to recover from that. Because red has field, big road, the ruin. It's already pretty difficult for yellow to come back, and he has to find a way to, I don't know, be aggressive right now.
Exactly. Well, he does get his semi-block. Okay, let's go. So, do you go for an 8-point monastery here or not? Or do you go for a 5-point monastery? But it does seem that you have to use this monastery as a monastery, right? Or what else do you do?
Yeah, it's a good question. The thing is that if you go for 8-point monastery, red could block both monastery and your city with one
Yeah.
tile.
How about we go for a 6-point monastery, 1 square to the right, preparing an evil hamster over here?
Oh yeah, I think that's the best
And
move
it,
because yellow needs that. Yellow desperately needs that.
and he also indirectly would protect his city as well, because he would, first of all, block the blocking square, and also disincentivize his opponent from adding points to his monastery. And even these 6 points, they're already comparable to this 9-point field. And even if this monastery doesn't get completed, just creating this empty 9-point spot, like you described earlier, could be enough for him to turn this game around. So, you know, if Marian can win the World Championship title like this, maybe it's something worth considering.
That was exactly what I did.
Yeah.
But yeah, the thing is that red has a slightly higher chance to draw the monastery, considering that he will draw the last tile, and there are still 2 monasteries remaining and 18 tiles. So
That's true, but then add to that the probabilities that you get your monastery back. So it's like the expected value for, and also the expected value for your opponent is 8 points, and the expected value for you is 10 points. So then, like, if you have these evil hamster spots, as Mexicans likes to call them, next to your own monastery, you're typically the slight favorite here. When not the percentages wise, but like expected points value wise. Speaking of city tiles, Elias here is mentioning, because Juliano in his streams calls. So how does it go? A city with a right curve is a fascist dagger, and a city with a left curve is a communist dagger. And they do bear some resemblance to daggers, and obviously the play is like on, right, far right and far left.
yeah.
So yellow goes for the immediate risk for the immediate 8 points, which I can also empathize with, but will he hit the jackpot? No jackpot so far. Well, also a nice tile to add 3 points to his ruin and create some outside chances for completing his city. And also he takes away 1 blocking tile, draws away 1 blocking tile for his opponent. And actually I see that all 5 regular triangles are already in play. And if anything, there's only 1 proper blocking tile, like 1 really, really damaging. No, there's 0 blocking tiles for this square. Yes, there's this one, but it blocks only... Actually, no, it both blocks.
Both,
Yeah, that's it. Red wins. Ah,
that
red
was the
wins.
risk.
That was the risk. So again, this is one of it's also like an extra unfortunate situation, because he draws the tile that he needs just a second after. But had he listened to us, he would have gotten his city back already, and had an almost guaranteed complete monastery.
Yeah, and he drew the starting tile, which means that previously the splitter, he would have so many points now. So 6 plus this 4 and that ruin. So it's difficult. It's very hard to complete the monasteries when they're not together.
Yes.
And Juliano has 3, which are not neighboring. So it's really difficult for him.
Well, I guess he can get 1 meeple back from those.
Yes, but at the cost of putting some tiles for your opponent's road.
Oh yeah, well I guess he can get away with putting one tile for his opponent's road. Something like this.
Mm-hmm.
But actually, when I was playing yesterday, I'm not in my best shape at the moment. I made the same time managing mistake. Like at the start, I played really fast, and then when I get into trouble, when it's sort of too late and I need to like seek some desperate measures, then I start thinking and like counting all the tiles properly, like 10 tiles before the end. But hoping to find this like 2% chance or whatever. And it did seem to me that yellow did something the same, because they started with kind of blitzing out moves, and now they're already at 130. I see an amazing move for yellow. Adds 1 point to his city. How about that?
Well, he has to hope closing that city.
It's still live. It's still live. Well, not after this. If red knows what he's doing. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I would have blocked the city, no?
Yeah.
But red has a better idea. Red instead is going to draw the tile that yellow needs. That's 200 IQ right there.
That's the general best idea.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we have a new 6 points field.
It should be merged together with red's field at some point. I have an amazing idea. Add 1 point to your monastery.
I don't see any other option right now.
I think it's the best move. The very, very best move that you can do.
Yeah.
This is interesting how in many games that we're seeing, meeples seem to matter a lot. Because here, in order to have a chance at winning, yellow needs to conjure up a meeple somewhere in order to be able to take over the main field with 2 meeples.
Yeah, and that's the consequence of being blocked early. That's why, I don't know, that there are many styles of playing. I tend to be more conservative and try to defend the meeples placed and so on. Other players, I think that's your style too, just score as many points as it needs. And
pretty much can't block them all. But it
exactly,
did seem, but it did seem that maybe yellow here chose something in between, because at some point, maybe my main criticism to his moves would be that they felt that they were a bit discoordinated. Like at first they decided, oh, I'm going to start the block here, but then instead I'm going to start scoring points. But no, now I'm going to block again, and oh, now I'm going to defend, and then ended up kind of doing a little bit of everything. So yeah, so this ruin for red now ended up blocked, but it still costs red's a meeple, and a few points, given that city caps and shields were involved in attempting this block. And here, red's, I think, scores a 6-point farmer and just wins.
yes.
Because there are no meeples to be had.
Yeah, and I don't think it would have sufficed that the 9 point field. I mean, red would have won anyway, right? has a 9-point ruin.
Yeah, red here can just go, can just flex
Uh,
and like add 1 point to his road and say, you know what, I don't care. You can do whatever you want. Actually, can you though? These
Yeah.
three monasteries, they do have some points. Well,
Yes, but in the end, I
7
think
to be exact.
it's yes. So let's count. So okay, yellow has
While you're counting, can I just interrupt you a little bit? It's such an interesting situation that yellow here with the bottom monastery found himself in a losing mini battle of 6 versus 7. So if anything, it's not that this monastery is controlling red's road, is that this red's road is controlling yellow's monastery.
especially if both sides, both endings are open, both ends are open for that road. So now I think red is at +3.
Only.
If I'm not mistaken. Yes, I would say I'd say so.
So then if yellow connects, then yellow's at +3.
Yes, yes, but red has one nipple in advantage and he can easily score 3 more points.
And he really prefers not to do so? Oh no, that was yellow. That was yellow. Who I think
Yeah, I think
needed
that's
every point they can get, but this 4-point city that's what's gonna do it. I see what his plan was. Yeah, that's idea. That's an idea that he wanted to get both caps, but then he needed to get something in addition as well.
yeah. But it's amazing how yellow has recovered or tried to recover with 2 Maples blocked on 1 point.
Yeah, I guess like
So
this move, even though that didn't work out, I do empathize with that quite a bit. You know, had he gotten his straight line earlier, it could have been a different game.
and now, yeah, 6 points on the field. And that's it.
Well, he has all the time in the world he can think. Maybe there's a 9-point field somewhere. No, there isn't. Alright, so it's 1-0 for non-streamers in this match. Looks like Afonso's in top shape, and it's only +4. What did we miss? I thought it would be more. So
Yeah, I think that okay. So that was before joining the field, but yeah. With the last tile, red just scoring some points.
Yeah, that makes sense. Hey, why is...
But this means that... And the other game is over.
Yeah, I'm wondering why... Is this the wrong Vineria? No, I don't think so.
No? Why do you say that?
But like, where are their Carcassonne games? Okay, let's just look at
I'm
from
able
craft
to see
history.
them. Yeah, to see them in the history.
Oh, right. Ah, that's because they. It's Virenia.
Yeah.
Wait, did I always misread this my entire life? Yeah, okay, I
I
misspelled
think
it.
also in Discord it's Vineria, not Virenia, but okay.
Yeah,
Maybe he has two accounts. And
yeah, that would make sense. I was pretty sure it was like Neria. Okay, so that's why I thought that he won by forfeit because I didn't see the game and the history. So let's wait until they start the
yeah.
second game. It looked like the first one was a blowout, so it's nice that we chose the tighter one to witness. Yeah, and Discord is clearly Vineria. No, it's not me. Although I do sometimes
Yeah. Yeah.
misread stuff like this. No, they've been playing some Azul as well. Speaking of which, can you tell a little bit? Because I think you're one of these, well, not necessarily rare, but one of these Carcassonne players who, well, are also good at a lot of other games. So you scored really high in Catan and Ticket Trides and this Mindsport Olympiad Grand Prix. Anything else noteworthy?
I think I got a bronze also in Marco Polo,
Hmm.
but it's not that notable. So yeah, I in the last time I tried to explore other games than Carcassonne, so I took a break from competitive Carcassonne lately.
Uh, yeah, well, I did so kind of as well. It hasn't served my competitive Carcassonne that well, so I've been playing crazy amounts of Azul recently. Yeah, and forgot how to play Carcassonne a little bit. It's coming back at some point. It's
Yeah.
fine. One thing though, so I've noticed that having like knowing how to play Carcassonne has definitely helped me play some other games. Helped me a bit with Catan. Helped me with Azul for sure, but not the other way around. I don't seem to be able to draw that connection and be inspired from other games. For you, does playing other games help with your Carcassonne game at all?
Hmm, no, I think that's the other way around. I mean, it depends on if it's either a two-player game or it's a multiplayer game. In two-player game, you have to consider blocking your opponent, like in Carcassonne. But in multiplayer game, there are many variables to consider, and yeah, you have to pay attention to more players than just one. Okay, so we said we will watch the second encounter.
Yes, and it's a familiar scenario already. We have a clerical district here with 2 versus 2 monasteries. Neither player with an advantage in that area, but with Craft here with a small advantage on the scoreboard due to his completed city. So Black's now trying to attack the city, but Yellow at some point will be hoping for some big tiles, maybe like a quadruple tile. And then he'll be hoping to block all this area and build a huge ruin and win a mini battle and win the game. I know what you would do, Marian. Tell me if I'm right. You would take this city splitter, drop it near the
you're
monasteries,
right.
and farm, yeah?
Right.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, what other option do you have? If you put it to your city, then it creates an opportunity for your opponent to attack it and yeah, steal it.
But he does it anyway.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So, for content, I absolutely hope that black places a third monastery over here. I also think it is objectively the best move. But, I don't know, they're just so satisfying. How could it be bad? And
Yeah,
also,
exactly.
this square is actually quite safe because the blocking platform is considerably constricted here. Okay, we are distracting a little bit here, Vineria. But yeah, but I think
Yeah,
the
we
main
should.
problem with this move is that it takes away good options from you for the future. Like all this plan with the big tiles, with the quadruple, triple cities. Where else are you going to use them? I think another option that you could have thought as yellow. Uh, no content for us. Come on.
So yeah, black chose not to meeple that monastery, which
Very
is
conservative.
yeah, yeah,
And now yellow did the thing that you said would have been done to yellow.
yeah.
Oh, that's fun. Well, I mean, it's not like game winning or anything. If anything, it's just building a normal city with one extra tile. And it's gonna take some time, and there's a 12% chance that it's never gonna be finished. It's not a lot of percent, though.
Yeah, I tend not to think in terms of percentages because
Oh, really?
the let's say the number which you refer to is decreasing. So you have to calculate, let's say, the percentage all over again. I even if it's more intuitive to know the percentage, but I just take the raw number. Let's say only 3 tiles left out of how many, and yeah, it depends because in the calculation of the percentage, you have to also include that both player draws and which player draws more tiles.
Oh, yes, sure. But I wasn't talking about the chance of yellow being able to attack the city. I was talking about the chance of yellow getting the triple city tile once it has been attacked. So like this simpler
Yeah,
calculation.
yeah, but okay, yeah. And the chance goes higher with every tile which is not that tile.
Oh, I mean like the percentage of drawing a tile in a given at a given move is higher. But there's a 12% chance that it will be drawn by yellow at some point in the game. That like yellow will get his meeples back. So that's what I meant. Like at some point, but we don't know when. Look at that. That's
They
a
cannot, yeah, they cannot afford to spend the meeple on anything right now.
exactly. And also this road meeple very precarious. It will need several tiles until it gets out. It will need this tile. There's still two of those remaining, so 75% are at some point. Then there's this. Maybe a monastery would be very nice for them.
Yeah.
It'll probably can go here. And then get some road ends because this will immediately give them value from road ends. Interestingly, because no road ends have been deployed except for this monastery basically, but this road is already occupied by black. Nobody has value from potential road ends, which I think now, well, it did work out, sort of,
Yeah.
kind of. It's not that tragic, this divider, because obviously black will be able to finish this at some point. What do you do? Do you go here and drop a farmer as your last meeple? I don't know.
No, I would avoid that in this moment. I would try to block the once I started the block. I would try to attack it further.
So he goes for further defense, which can be blocked here actually still. So maybe he hopes to do the move in the future. You know, to get his meeples back first, and then do the thing. Because it looks like this field is going to be important. Also here, because there are some cities around, this move will come with a farmer. That's why the splitter was so huge. So that's why probably as black, you need to get your meeples back, and you need to think about compensation real soon. Meeple back, curves goes here, meeple on the roads, so that you actually control both cities with your one road. Again, like lots of wishful thinking here. And next move, another curve or something, and you drop a farmer. So that when your opponent completes the city, you have a 9-point field up top, uncontested, and a road.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, you don't want to leave city caps open to your opponent, especially if he has only one meeple left, right?
But then if your opponent has already 2 cities, maybe that was the consideration, that they kind of want to say, you know, either you take away the 1 point, because like 4 minus 3, 1, for the city cap that I just dropped, or you finish your cities. And it seems to me that yellow is simply betting on the idea of black finishing his cities first. A move that black is definitely considering, which I think would be incorrect, but could be playable, is to meeple a 3rd city just to clean off the city cap. Then of course there's a big problem that you like lose value from an obscene amount of tiles. Basically any road is useless for you now.
Yeah.
Now also there's a bit of a problem here in that area, that you can't meeple this field for compensation. So in fact, you have to spend a valuable tile, which is not going to do. So yellow in all likelihood will complete the city and drop a 9-point field somewhere close to the end of the game. It does look quite good for yellow now.
Yeah, he has to quickly draw the missing city tile for his city.
Interesting. I would have probably liked to turn the other way, but I guess the idea is to indirectly protect the city cap. Because now if red takes a city cap, if yellow takes a city cap, then he opens a blocking platform.
Yeah, true.
6-point road. Here you have to go for it, I think. There's so many road
Yes.
ends, so many crossroads remaining. This is one of those rare instances where you do place a last meeple, and you basically lose no value here. You have 2 places where you can get your meeples back with a city cap, and there's still plenty of curves or road ends remaining. Now comes the save for this monastery.
Yeah.
Very difficult to use this tile. Maybe block this. That's not really a block, though. That'll be a save. That's an interesting move. So it's sort of indirect protection of a city, but then it also makes sure that black almost never will be able to meeple this field for compensation. But the way things are going for black now, I think black might just have to hope that he gets all these 3 tiles. And
Yeah.
black can even put them to good use, because tile goes here, curve, then road end, and you grab the new ruin for a couple zillion points. When I play Carcassonne, I always sort of engage in wishful thinking, just try to consider all the options, and sometimes my imagination goes like really, really far. It can be, what if we get this, and like 5 more tiles over here? And then, but it's fine to have plans like this as long as you adequately assess the probabilities of them actually happening.
Yeah, because in this way you don't miss the opportunities. You already know about them. Yeah, and now black draws pretty late. Pretty late.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate for them that they are losing value now. And they kind of want to continue their monastery, but they can't because this is vulnerable. It is hard. It is, yeah, very difficult to play for them. There are no city splitter tiles remaining.
Mm. Yeah, that's a problem with the curve. Yellow with 3, both.
Yeah.
Meeples
So
and
essentially, that was freeing up a meeple for yellow, which probably was impatient because, like, now he's going to get a curve, maybe. No. It's also it's a horrible tile to have drawn. Like, there's 0 good moves with it.
yeah. The thing is, you don't have options with this type. It's just, generally speaking, I dislike this style the most. Okay, so yellow gets that tile too in time with farmer.
And gives black a meeple back, so black can be happy about that, yeah.
Yeah, but
Or not so much.
because he could score that many points.
If you're black here, you probably have to risk very, very hard. So I think that at this point, you probably just take 4 points below, and you hope that your opponent blocks your city only partially. I just don't see how being 40 points behind, you can say no to 4 points.
Yeah, I have to.
It does seem like black
I don't
is
know, perhaps
panicking.
yeah, he doesn't have like I said, enough power to fight for the fields. I know what else could you do with that tile there.
Because like with the
So
field fights when you're
for
behind, I think you just got to be a bit like more patient. You first of all score all the points to make the comeback, then you get the meeple, so you resupply first, and then you fight. Because the bigger the field, the more connection squares to it typically. So there will be options in the future. Just to add insult to injury, yellow draws another tile that he needed. He didn't need it anymore. Okay, 3 points. Big win. 3 points with a slight harassment of this city.
or just freeing them maybe from the monastery.
Well, do we protect our city? Although that's not much of a protection given that there are 2 starting tiles left. If anything, we might commit the city to a starting tile. Make sure
No,
that's...
yeah, I don't think he's in position to protect, go all in, to score as many points as possible, to go as greedy as possible.
Oh yeah, but protecting was
And
scored 2
hope
points
to-
as well.
Yes, true. But yeah, I understand that he has ammunition to fight for the fields. So he took a meeple back. And even if it looks like a block now, yeah, he still has chances to free his meeples, right? So there's 2 tiles remaining,
Yeah.
starting tiles.
By the way, I think here you risk hard. Like you just, you just free up your monastery.
Yeah, I would say so.
Free up your monastery. There's 2 connection spots. Hope that your opponent blunders. Oh, you can also attack this
or
rune
attack-
actually. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like this because then we draw this. Oh, this one. Yeah, you can do that. You can do that. It's something that gives you points. Although ideally, actually, you want to meeple this as you get your other meeple back. It's more of a
Yeah,
timing
so-
thing.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
But you do have to do so many things. Wrong side, but 4 points with extra protection. He's going to be happy about that. I always tend to root for the losing side to kind of make it a bit more
Yeah, interesting.
interesting. Yellow doesn't bother attacking the big city, just decides that 7 points is enough. And this city over here now looks finishable. Now, Yellow drops his last meeple, hoping for a lot of stuff, as he probably should. I guess what we're going to see is some sort of farmer up top in response, or a blocking attempt over here.
Yeah, the blocking is about timing, and he has to do it fast.
Well, he goes for the farmer, for something that gives him points. Alright, well, good question. Connect the fields? Block? No, I don't think he's in any position to block. Finish his monastery? All legit options. Probably the monastery can wait.
I mean, he could block by putting the curve in, near his farmer and pointing one road to the left, because there are no monastery with road left. And this makes that fresh farmer not joinable, but
Is that a farmer?
okay.
Ah, okay, it's just 4 points. Which makes sense. A farmer is also
It could have been.
in that move.
Yeah.
And now check this out. Do you know what I'm thinking? What I'm thinking?
The dream is coming true. Freeing that nipple from the road.
Yep. But as yellow, you can drop an insurance farmer there and connect through that bit.
Right. Exactly. It kind of works like. Oh, he chose to.
Goes for the greedy way. Okay,
Was fast, yeah.
something is happening here.
Yes.
It will be so anticlimactic if yellow just draws these two remaining tiles. Let's see. Triangle, not what he wanted, but it's a tile. You gotta play it. You gotta start blocking that connection. Yes. Exactly, yeah. So one of the things, don't be too disappointed if you don't draw the tile that you need, because you sometimes, that means that you draw tiles that your opponent needs. That's also good. Okay, now you probably drop the insurance farmer. I don't see anything better.
He has to, yeah.
Because the field is just so huge. It's okay to use your meeple slightly inefficiently. Like, I know maybe in close games you want to win your fields with a +1 meeple advantage because you can't afford that. You have 2 versus 0 meeples, you can totally afford that. And also I just find these insurance moves so spectacular.
Yeah. In the same time, it's on a city cap, and maybe let's say black won't decide to join the field later, but it's still a known field, right? If you complete cities on your field. So as yellow now, yeah, he has to detect possibilities how not to let the opponent lose. Oh, yellow throws it, the first one. There were 2 left, right?
Yep, there's one more. Still there. But yellow will just take 7 points for it. That's still big.
Yeah.
And yellow has also 12 points extra on uncontested farms. Two more curves remaining to get his monastery meeple back. So I think as red, how red could win is not in any way, because there's no red in this game. Black, I meant black. They get a meeple like immediately, right now, and then they somehow manage to get 2 meeples.
3 meeples.
3 meeples actually, yeah, into the field. So they still don't win.
But he has to draw it like now, to have time to use those.
You're like, now.
Now. There's still one starting tile left, right? So yellow still could join the field if he wants. But I don't think he wants it right now.
But also, I really like what Crafty did here, because he knows that they're flipping for the starting tile, and if he doesn't get the starting tile, he probably doesn't win, because he needs to get this meeple back as well. And then it's okay not to block this place permanently, because if you're committed to a starting tile, your win condition stays the same, because you are operating on your hopeful assumption that you are the one who's going to draw this tile, because that's the only way for you to play.
Yeah. He just didn't draw them in time, or at all. So let's see what happens in the other game. Oh, it's scoring phase. So I think Alfonso also wins it, which makes him the first finalist.
Right. Then congratulations to Afonso, and it looks like it's going to be 2-0 non-streamers versus streamers. Oh, there we go. Spectacular move, actually. Just getting more farmers. Now we're on the likelihood are going to see a block.
Yeah, with 3 points.
With no points because of no meeples.
He just got on back. Oh, yellow is on his turn.
Yep.
Okay. I thought it was black. So but
yeah.
Anyway, I don't think it matters anymore.
Wait. What? Okay, I might be seeing something. So what if we try and we just ignore this whole thing because we don't want to let our opponent into a field, but we drop a farmer here through at the bottom, at the middle left. We connect through the outside of a curve. On the move before that, we draw the starting tile to get a meeple back, and then we connect and we score 4 points, and we take over 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 at 21-point fields. I guess that's like the max in what you can do here.
Yeah. So the ideal is to connect from the right or bottom.
Oh yeah, like this is also possible actually. Yeah, that's actually even better. Yeah, you're thinking bottom right. I was thinking middle left, but yours is better because it's unblockable.
So what's left? One curve, starting tile, cap with the curve. Oh, he saw it.
He saw it. Didn't work. I mean, the draw wasn't great for black.
No, it was far from great. And now yellow even won the field, the main field. So
well, at least black is about to tie.
You know what? I would close all my features right there just to be happy.
just to get some dopamine towards the end.
Yeah.
Yeah, it can sometimes be a bit disappointing because it's a lot of points there, but yeah, it's really a lot of points. But then you have 3 meeples that you can't use, and here 3 meeples could mean the entire field.
Yeah.
So it's basically 3 meeples are like a 60-point swing. And there we have it. It's a 50 points difference exactly. Sometimes these games happens as well. Anyway, congratulations to Horim. Yeah, so do you want to bet on somebody in the finals? Or are you rooting for anybody, or do you want to preserve commentators' impartiality?
Yes, I would like that. In the same time, Afonso beat me, so I don't know.
So I always ask the same question. Like, do you prefer so that somebody avenges you, or at least it feels better because you lost only to the champion?
I think it feels better if you lost only to the champion. I mean, it's not a real revenge. It's non-positive thinking like that. But yeah, as long as there are only 2 out of 200 players, both deserve to be here and to try their best to win this. Also, it's a silver medal at least for both of them, so it's okay anyway. But the place in Essen is the huge, the greatest prize, I think.
I think so, yeah. And to the best of my knowledge, Alfonso has not been to Essen. And also, a gold medal for Portugal would be a necessary upgrade because they already have a silver. I think it was in 2020. I think there was
No,
Ricardo
they
Araújo.
no they had the golden
When was that?
in 2020, I think. Yeah.
In 2020? Wasn't it Bogdan who won?
No, he lost the final.
Oh, Bogdan had the silver. Okay. Oh yeah, I remember. Because he went to Essen because of that, but that was because I think Ricardo couldn't go. Yeah, something like this.
Yeah, I was already present there, but it was a combination of facts. Yeah.
Hmm.
So it's good. Yeah, this would mean second goal for Portugal, which tells something about their level.
Yeah. Oh, so for them it's like nothing special. It's just normal. Every 3 years get a Mind Sports Olympiad gold.
Yeah.
For Chile that would be huge though.
Yeah, true. I think Vanera said that he went in Malta for a Carcassonne World Championship, and now if he wins, if it means that he will go also for Carcassonne World Championship, which is quite an achievement.
Yeah, and he'll qualify them by winning something arguably harder than the World Championship. Because also here you have to play what? First 7, then there's the best of 3, so that's possibly 3, so that's 10 games just to qualify for the playoffs. At least 10, if you did it for your first attempt. You might have played another 10 before, but you know that's not what happened. And then here
Yeah.
you have to win 3, you have to win 9 games. So you have to play 19 games, and you have to come on top out of 19 games, and like this sample size really starts being close to statistically significant.
Yeah.
Whereas like in the World Championship, it's still very hard, but it's
I think.
either 7 or 8 games. I think 8 games is now.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, 8 games. Yeah.
All right, let's just see if they're starting.
I think they will
Oh,
take a 20 minutes break, which is understandable.
Okay, so they are. The players are saying that they're eating. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Especially, I like the commentary. I need to have lunch. I'm Spanish. That's from the Discord server.
Does that mean that they're eating at a fixed time or something?
I think they just like eat for a long time and
Oh.
like the process takes a long time and it's relatively frequent. I'm not sure how it works now. So it does seem that the bronze medal game is starting in 15 minutes. The gold medal games we shall see. So you know, I suggest that we take a break until
Yeah, agree. Quarter to 4 to 5.
Yes. Let me just triple check that they didn't actually start playing, because that would be a disaster to me. So very forceful profile picture. Like the person almost like the shape of a meeple, a yellow meeple. But I don't think Afonso plays yellow. Right, so let me put up that we're on break in a second. Yeah, sorry, I'm gonna turn you off for 10 minutes or so.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, you can still stay on the call though.
Okay.
We should be back, I think. I just got to replace semifinals with finals. I know that games have already been set up. We're just waiting the players to start actually playing, which should be happening any minute. So I'll be just here refreshing the page. Wait, where did I go?
Yeah,
there we go. Let's go. Just in time.
Yeah.
The one time in the stream where we weren't late. I'm so happy about this. All right, let's go. So Portugal against Chile, red against yellow. Afonso Cavaco with the starting tile, not the starting tile, but with the first tile to play and the starting player advantage. It is going to be a best of 3, so we are to witness at least 2 games. And red starts with 4 points and a little bit of advantage. Definitely has the momentum here, has the slightly higher LO, but their opponent has a 2-point road. Or not.
Yeah, I suppose he wants to be very careful with his meeples.
Very conservative, and red does not want that. Red sees 2-point road. Yum. Currently 6 points advantage. Interesting opening situation. So this is one where you actually need to solve it. Like, it's not an obvious move here, I think. I think
Yeah,
the plays... Oh, that one. That's also a move. One other move is, of course, meepling a city cap. But when you have a divider, you can absolutely start a field. So, yellow is saying, your initial 4-point city doesn't matter. This game is going to be decided by a 30-point field. It's either you or me, but it's going to be a huge point difference.
Yeah.
Both opponents cleaning off the city caps. Yellow choosing which one to take. Goes for the one already in his fields and also indirectly connected to this road. It's only 2 tiles away. It's not difficult to connect. Now we're going to see a shared city or a second farmer. And because yellow did not play his move instantly, I have a feeling that he's thinking of a second farmer. Like, what do you think of such an approach? Do you share the city, or do you meeple a second field?
I think I would place there on the field, and with the city cap pointed in the right.
Like that, yeah?
Like that, yeah.
Oh, but I guess if you do this, then it's better to do it with the field, right?
Right, yeah, because now red has the opportunity to complete his city and to meeple the farm, the field, yeah. But who knows, maybe yellow doesn't want to overcommit on the field for the moment.
Does look like an important field, yeah. That's why. Well, we do have. That's a good question, actually. What do we do here? So we could either greedily continue the road. We do get risk 2 meeples trapped, because it's a bit of a problem for yellow that this meeple is slightly more strongly committed than this meeple. So they're about, I don't remember how many, but just a couple more tiles that fit in this square up top than in this square on the right. And yellow says it's field. 75% for this, 25% that yellow never gets this back, ever. So another interesting decision for yellow. Does he complete the monastery up top? Does he complete the monastery, continue monastery at the bottom, or does he place it over here, connect the field, and prepare another monastery spot? Either way, it looks like yellow's running out of meeples.
Yeah, he invested so early.
Now thinking a lot. I guess another move that he could be considering is restricting this city of red. So he actually could. And the way you do this is maybe not facing the road inwards, but facing it the other way. Well, I guess that works. But the idea is that you restrict both meeples in the same way.
The same. True. And if yellow manages to complete his city fast, yeah, he would have chances to block both red cities.
Exactly, yes. Straight line, and then yellow just wins. Well, probably yellow needs to place this tile over here. Which way to place it? Whether is it a good idea to meeple it or not? Maybe it is. Probably a move that I would consider by yellow is basically just trying to create some chances of eating up the city with 2 meeples from the side. It's wishful thinking, but it could happen.
Yeah. I mean, on free side city is enough to put pressure.
That's true, and there's still 8 of those remaining. Lots of big tiles still in play.
Yeah, the problem is that if you place it that way, I don't think it's a good idea to place a meeple on it. Because
I would agree.
This is exactly what can happen, and now we have in both cities a curve.
Also the same kind of curve, and there's only one of those left. That's actually pretty rare. I mean, it's very close to being a decisive advantage.
Yeah.
Red could have even farmed here to add insult to injury. Okay, so that's something for yellow. A yellow is getting a dream tile. No meeple. But he's not getting the other one. So he's really, really hoping for this coin flip to get 6 points in a meeple back.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Very, very difficult situation for yellow, but you know, we've seen greater comebacks. We'll have seen almost comebacks a lot, as almost happens from Crafty against Afonso.
Yeah, I think I would have put it next to my monastery without meeple.
Yeah. Oh, I would have probably started a new city, but that makes sense because now it's just such a juicy tile will be immediately picked up by the player with 5 meeples.
Yes.
Oh, look at that! Fantastic tile. It's a block, and that's 2 points, and it's for the same tile. It just works perfectly. Again, I have no preferences, but I technically, like, for content, okay? I'm rooting for the game to be close. So in order for the game to be close, this did not need to happen, even though that's exactly what should happen. You gotta risk, I think, and you gotta start that 8-point city potentially. Even though it could be blocked, it could very well be blocked, and there's still 7 big tiles left. I don't think you could say no to that, right?
Right.
So now it will be only slightly harassed.
Oh,
this must be so unfortunate because red actually got the yellow got the tile that he needed, but a little bit too late after the meeple was blocked. By the way, also shows you this is important to complete the blocks that you start. Red started the block, red completed the block, even though it was a 50% chance, which is not a lot to get your 1 point meeple black. Red said, you know what, I'm going to spend one more tile just to make sure, and red made sure.
Yes, and now the red meeple on the road is also blocked. So yeah.
That's true. I mean, there are paths to victory for yellow. Like, for example, I don't know. You could probably place it the other way, but sure, like this. I think it's maybe not the greatest idea that you have in both places things committed to a city with a road. I would probably have preferred to point the field side down. However, it was a bit vulnerable to a block with a couple of straight roads. But there is a path to victory, so that's a great move, I think. Just making sure that the field stays here with red. Yeah, look at all these tempo moves. So not only red is blocking, red is also scoring points in addition to that. And what do you do if you are
yellow? Yeah, you have to defend that city and possibly scoring more points.
But I'm thinking, like, how much of a defense that really is.
Well, yeah, in this case, so that city cap next to the monastery, it really matters how you place that.
Yep.
So now it would have been.
It would have been
Let's say
at least 5 points.
5 points, yeah.
Potentially 9 if you win the field. In the meantime, the bronze medal match has also started. Do let me know how things are going there, if you're watching.
Yes, so yeah, they just started. Craft Ref invested in the field. 2-0, so yeah, but in the meantime, Juliano has a monastery and a ruin. It seems balanced for the moment.
Actually, in the meantime, there was something interesting. I really like this move by yellow here. So yellow found a productive move with a difficult tile. And what yellow did, he dropped the city splitter over here, kind of creating some coin flips for city caps. And he hopes to get a city cap with a field so that he can score 4 points and block off this connection square, because that's like really vulnerable.
Yep.
And he actually could complete his monastery even somehow. Okay, it looks blocked, but not really. There's still 2 tiles left that fit here, so it seems alright. Now, quite an obvious move to make, I think, is to score the 4 points. And
Yes.
to take away 1 important tile from your opponent. So that's a question. Now, do you save for the 50-50? No, you go for the block. I like this idea. And also, it goes for the block with the highest probability.
Yes, exactly.
Because when you start blocking situations like this with a city piece, it's very hard to defend. So now I guess in order to defend, yeah, you would need to do something like this, which is a great move because he's now just saved a meeple to himself. Now for Osno, do you save this connection for 50%?
Yeah, I don't know.
Actually, after yellow completes a monastery, which could be with another monastery, and if yellow gets this meeple here, he's pretty much back in the game. Great move
Wow.
from red, finding an indirect defense. And
Yeah.
yellow going for it, and now Osno has a chance to block one of two meeples permanently. Let's see if he does this. I'm pretty sure he's gonna find the move. He's recounting all the T-shaped crossroads. What he's gotta do, he's gonna take the curve, point it leftwards, and make sure that yellow needs the same tile in both places to connect his meeple. So there will be a 50% chance of like completely ruining yellow's game, and 100% chance of having at least one meeple blocked.
Yep. It's interesting how yellow managed to turn this game around. So he completed some quick points. He freed one meeple from the monastery. He put it on another one, and if he draws the remaining crossroad, I think it would be a decisive tile for him to win this game.
Probably, yeah. Although he would also need to take care of this block as well, because then he would have a 15-point field versus a 9-point field.
Yeah, true.
However, we need not.
And even 3 more points from that city, joining 2 fields, the center.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Now also, we need not forget that red still has these 2 open meeples. So this city at the bottom is still waiting for its triangles. However, there is one triangle that red sort of needs in both places. There is the one over here, which could actually work really well for him. So really you're looking for, as red, for 2 simple triangles. There's still 4 of those remaining, and I remember there's a 69% chance, or like 11 over 6 basically, of him getting them at some point in the game. But it could take a long time. Oh, look at that, he's committing. Ah, very interesting. So he's basically saying that the entire game will be depending on this flip.
Mm-hmm. Who will get the crossroad?
I assume Horim's now going to attack either the top city or the bottom city. He goes for the top city. And if you're Osno here, you don't really have any productive moves with the monastery. But maybe he finds something. I don't know. I see one move. But you can make your city slightly safer at the bottom to like gain, I don't know, like a couple percentage points.
Yeah.
So now yellow very wisely draws one of the tiles that red needs, one of the triangles, so that now there are only 3 roadless triangles that would be suitable for red city at the bottom. So now probably some sort of block is going to happen. I assume he's going to reduce the number of tiles that are suitable for red's field, just like this.
I think I would have to turn it 90 degree to in order for red to need more triangles.
But then there could be a problem, like red could shift to maybe finishing. So red could like either shift to finishing the bottom city with city caps, or red could use a triple city to prolong the top city, or red could simply just build the top city and make sure, and basically just forget about the bottom meeple. Just try to score so many points in the top city that the bottom meeple wouldn't matter. So I assume that this could be something that ran through red's mind, ran through yellow's mind here. All right.
And now yellow has to prolong the closure of that bottom city, I think.
Probably. Still 3 tiles that go into that bottom city. 2 of them good tiles. By which I mean rolled as triangles, because that will allow for the most efficient use of tiles. Of course, it's always unpleasant to add cities, to add points to your opponent, but I guess you kind of have to. And anyway, you will be threatening to block the city entirely with just 1 more triangle, because you could sort of connect it to this piece over here, and this piece is blocked. Of course, the problem that if you connect it to this piece, you add points to your opponent, but you do what you have to do. This is also one of the reasons why I kind of like getting blocked, because like when my opponents block me, they're forced to add so many points for me. Then you can just win like this. I mean, it depends on the position, of course. Like if there's a 30-point field, then meeples are everything. That you're not going to make any points elsewhere for compensation. So he chooses to block the other city.
To attack it.
Yeah, that makes sense. And he's hoping to draw any city tile with a road, which would allow him to block it completely, because there was the tile that was fitting here. It was early used up. Tile tracking, not tile counting, if you remember from a relatively recent video. If not, go watch it.
Oh, he draws it.
Why?
What?
Why?
So
No.
he chose.
Oh,
He chose 2 points over what, 5?
Over 5.
No, over 6.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. Over 6.
5
No,
plus
over
1,
5.
yeah.
Over 5. Because he scored 3. He could have scored 6. Let's see if these 3 points would have made a difference. I guess the only way how I can explain this move is that they were so excited to win the coin flip that they just forgot.
Yeah. I have this feeling that those points will count in the end.
It has been a long Carcassonne weekend, and it shows that all players are tired. You know, somebody was suggesting to give everybody a gold medal. But I think the only person who didn't say anything and didn't say that he agreed was actually Afonso. So he came to fight. Now there's another important flip, and this is for the triangle with a road.
Yeah, okay. I was thinking that Afonso will defend that city. Remaining only... Oh, but there's a road there, okay.
Yeah, you can't argue with that, I think.
Oh, and another perfect tile for yellow.
Yeah, it was always there because this was very neatly defended. It was very hard to block. So Alfonso's defending. Okay, so the first tile goes
And
to yellow, the one that he needed.
and this is the third one for him, right? Blocking the upper city.
Oh, right, yeah, he can block the upper city. Yeah, that would definitely be the best move. There's still the lower city that red can complete. I was just thinking that this tile works for red to complete the field connection, but there's still going to be one tile. There's still going to be the triangle with a road.
Yeah.
I'm going to put it right up there. And we're going to wait for it. Who gets it? Are you going to spend a meeple? Probably it's 5 points. Why not? But I don't know. Red
Well,
knows
I would
better.
say so, yeah. Because there aren't many tiles left, and there's also room for quick points.
We also need not forget that red owns a comfortable 9-point field, which is why I'm starting to think how yellow might want to attack it. How might yellow want to attack it?
Does he want to?
Probably at some point. I mean, for example, here you could drop Farmer for 3 points and try to connect through a curve. There's still also crossroads left. Or you could try and start a blocking attack on the city and start a city of your own. That could work as well.
Yeah.
It does feel, though, that the players are in such time trouble. It's a difficult decision to be able to make with 120 on the clock, which is why I like the sort of traditional format with fixed time controls much more, because there's much more time management to be had. Like, you can play your openings quickly if you know them well, and then spend like lots of time on these endgame decisions. So Osno does not have a defense tile, and in all likelihood he will have to watch his meeple, his city meeple, silently perish. Like, if you think about it, it's super unfortunate. Like 1, 2, 3, 4. So yellow drew 4 blocking tiles before red could draw a city cap, and also here one, like, multiple blocking tiles as well.
Oh, and yellow gets also the triangle road.
Yeah, I guess that's all she wrote. So the critical tile not that critical anymore. I see our fans are split 50-50 between Portugal and Chile. But looks like the Portuguese fans will need to be extra loud in the next game, because it might be a bit too late for this one. Well, in order for something to happen in this game, red absolutely must complete their city.
Or to join the field. The main field.
Yeah, the critical tile graphic goes away. Because it doesn't matter anymore. So it seems to me that there is no complete blocking opportunity with this move. Because there's one simple cap remaining and one vertical divider, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's correct.
So whichever way you turn it, your opponent's going to have a 50-50. Which is why he doesn't bother and simply goes for 2 points. Red goes for 2 points, not trying to attack this ruin. Maybe that was the thing. Yeah, and that's there goes the game. With this block. How did both these meeples get blocked? And look at it. 1, 2, 3 meeples blocked for the same type of tile.
Yes. I mean, that was a tile that was out very early in the game, right?
Indeed, yeah. Which also goes to show, like, as soon as one type of tile is used up, there's just... it changes the game so much. And blocking starts mattering much more. Another coin flip won by Vineria. Oh, he didn't need this tile anymore. What could they do? What could they do? Probably just take a 3-point city somewhere. Maybe here. Or here. Or here. Or field. Like, with this last move decision, you can doctor your statistics a lot. You know?
Yeah. But does that mean that Red will join the field? I mean, there is still one more city cap. That point road.
That's the other kind of city cap. Oh, wait. Yeah, I don't think it's even there, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, just a big piece.
They were out. Okay. Yeah, that's almost incredible.
I know, that's that's a really massive comeback right there.
Yeah.
And actually, I don't think the point difference is that great. It's mainly... the fields are actually completely equal. It's mainly the advantage in the top ruin that's going to make the difference.
But anyway, a lot of coin flips lost by Red.
That's true. So crucially, the first one, 3 points. So 3 points. Well, you mentioned that the 3 points that Yellow missed with that road mistake would matter, but it's 3 points the other rounds. Yeah, and now he's saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not gonna comment everything, but I'm pretty sure he knows that we're going to discuss this on stream. Yeah, minus 3 points of that move, so good he acknowledged that. But look, I think that's also like it's definitely a psychological thing. You get the tile that you need, you get so excited, like just pause and think. It's all there is. Anyway, understandable. What a great game for Chile. And we're going to wait for the second round of that. I think we'll focus our attention on the gold medal match and maybe just look at the bronze medal match only a little bit. I'm not even sure if the first game has been finished.
Yes, it ended. Craft won. And now they're playing the
and it was like a complete blowout. Okay, blowout. Okay, let's look just at a little bit of this one. But I always say that And then we end up watching the whole game. Okay, but let's try to just a little bit. So they're having the very opening. And I'm not sure who to root for because both players are streamers, so I empathize with both of them in that way. Kind of a peaceful position with slight advantage for black on the scoreboard. Red doesn't have that much to show for. I love this move by red, not continuing his road, but breaking a road by black. I really like this move at this type of moves at the start of the games, you know. Sometimes I end up with 3 meeples on roads. Sometimes all of them get blocked. But most of the time they don't.
Yeah.
Do you ever do that, Marian, or do you like play a bit more conservatively with roads?
Well, it depends. I mean, I don't use score. I mean, we have nothing to block, right? And if you use them and block, it's ideal. So yeah, but it's tricky to have 2 roads open because later you will want to use that road tiles to block your opponent's cities, right? And you'll forget about your roads.
And then in trying to block your opponent's cities, you end up with blocked roads. Yeah, well, look at that. So this road is starting to get a little bit more vulnerable. Maybe like a piece of triangle or a roadless monastery would just be huge here for black, controlling 2 of these meeples. So it's a bit of a dangerous situation. Okay, I'm gonna step away from this game in a second, just see if the other match has started. We might dart back and forth a little bit. All right. Osno. A must-win situation for Afonso if he wants this best of 3 series to continue. Of course, as commentators, we are impartial, but for the sake of more content, I'm always like slightly favor the player who's behind. And red does in fact have a bit of an advantage. Well, wait a second. So, okay, this move here by yellow, it does seem like a mistake on turn 1, because in the long run, with occasional exceptions, this city doesn't get blocked, and red also snatches this road. Like, this is what usually happens. So it does seem that by placing his move like this, yellow is really making this game like high variance. That also what happened before. So in a situation where there were several opening options to start, remember there was this early decision how Vineria drew a city splitter, and he decided whether to meeple a field with a splitter or just meeple the splitter as a city. He chose to meeple the field, and voila, the field became the game deciding feature. So you just kind of create the game, make it more high variance that way.
Yeah. But now yellow has doesn't have much pressure in this game, and I think he must try to score points, just be aggressive and not leave opportunities behind. He basically threw the first tile, so yeah, I don't know. Usually want to be, you are eager to score points in the beginning.
Well, it does seem like we have a sensitive area over here, and if red is the first one to get his meeple back, then he has an advantage because of his monastery. But mathematically, this is unrestricted, so yellow has a better chance. Great move, really nice block, taking away monastery spot. So I told you that would happen, and now this is precarious. Now he sort of has to save. Well, the only thing, of course, what I didn't say, red didn't take this road, but meepling this road now would be a bit too much. So red does have the advantage. Yellow proceeds with the block. Red could probably peacefully... wonder why not from the other side, but okay. Just trying to pre-complete a loop. Let's see. Yeah, and now the monastery is getting blocked, but if I'm red, I'm not too worried because the block did cost my opponent a city cap. So, in fact, yeah, I am kind of here with only 7 points for a meeple, but in reality it's a little bit more. It's more like 9 points because this city cap effectively costs 2 points for your opponent.
Yes, basically yellow spent 3 tiles just to block a monster, which anyway scores some points in the end.
Red is playing too fast. I think red missed a great opportunity to pre-finish his road and kind of continue your opponent's city, or do something about that city, because there are some scenarios how yellow gets a starting tile and places it over here, and red's road is stranded, but yellow meeple walks free.
Yeah. So in these situations, you want to close your feature and to leave it open, the other one. So I'm thinking with this triple road, it would have been better to place it like you said.
Great move here by yellow, preparing a block. Now, difficult decision for red. Because, yeah, you could get out of this situation. Oh, instead he does like the Japanese thing. I love it. Recognizing there are many triangles in the game, just starting a new triangle city. And it's relatively safe because it's just, well, difficult to get to it. Which red could do now, I guess maybe follow through with a block or build up a monastery. But looking at the scoreboard, you would go for the block over here?
Yes, because 2 tiles are already placed, so there's one remaining city cap curve to the left, and yeah, perhaps placing another curve just to somehow connect the red's roads.
Oh, look at that. This is so dangerous. Well, okay, this now won't work, but a city tile will be so annoying.
Yeah, I think he goes for the blocks in the beginning, and then in the second part of the game try to score as many points as possible.
That makes sense, but the question is, will there be time?
Yeah, this is the big question.
Because
I mean, if the opponent just throws whatever he needs, those block attempts are useless.
Well, it's not just red drawing whatever he needs. It's also that, yellow didn't listen to your advice and didn't follow through with the block. So that's also the thing, kind of, that he went, like, made it a little bit discordant, although that's a great move, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of forcing you to have a crossroads in 2 places. But red just keeps scoring points, and it's 17-0. So that's why I usually like to be on the receiving end in these type of blocking situations, because if you're just, let's say if you're the blocker and your opponent gets a little bit of luck, it just feels like you're chasing around almost uselessly, and your opponent just scores.
Yeah, yeah. And basically you lose some tiles. You lose precious tiles.
Yeah, look at that. Let's just okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tiles that yellow spent on blocking after less than 10 moves or something like this. No, a bit more than 10 moves. By the way, great idea here to make the comeback. And now what's going to happen is yellow's going to continue building his city. And like these cities, they can close remarkably quickly. That's basically how I lost. Well, basically, I lost the game that sort of cost me the qualification spot in the playoffs. As I was playing against Ever, and I was ahead, and then suddenly he, like, in a couple of moves, he picked up stuff that was lying around, completed the city roughly of this side, and then that's it. My lead had evaporated, and then the game ended up, just a few points difference. Wow, that's interesting. Not going for the block. I think this.
Yeah, it's
a bit surprising from Osno. Although, he's still in a very good position. He has a field. This road ain't bad, even if it gets blocked. So it's just a bit unfortunate for him that he doesn't get this. Also, interesting decision for Osno. Yeah, right, go here, city, and then the second farmer comes once you complete the city.
Yeah, I have placed it on the field right now, like
right now,
just securing the field. Because again, yellow has to score points. Okay, how? The field is one big pointer, or cities, but you have to prevent exactly those options. And if red drawing, this tiles that he needs, it makes the game more difficult for yellow. So yeah, he needs to strongly recover for that. But I don't see how, Okay, that city is promising, and a monastery, but what else? There are no.
Well, the city, yeah. So let's say the city is going to be actually most of the point difference. What, it's like 16 points maybe. Then let's say you win the coin flip for the cap. You draw second monastery, third monastery. 35 tiles, still a lot of things can happen. And these 5 meeples can be put to great advantage. So that's one way to do this. To say, I have a meeple advantage. I'm going to score some farmers. And red doesn't have a city cap. Great move here. 1 point plus creating a vulnerability.
Yeah.
And now it's yellow who finally started to score points. As red, you probably want to do something about your city over here. But then again, this one line, it is a bit unpleasant, right? Because you want to ideally build your city triangle, and then finally the triple city in the middle. But there are only 3 triple cities remaining because the quadruple city doesn't count. So then I guess you have to place the triangle over here and then risk a reconnection. But then otherwise I just don't see how else you complete it.
Yeah, I have to risk, I think.
Oh, so he goes for the other kind of risk.
Yeah.
So that's now interesting. So will he re-attack this field with this tile? I would assume he's going to place it over here, like next to his city. And it's a very, very interesting choice whether you drop a farmer now, or, as I prefer, You wait until you complete that city and drop that farmer then, and then you connect through 2 tiles on either side. I like the courageousness here by Vineria, sort of not being afraid of getting blocked.
Yeah, we found
He's gonna
road.
score points.
Well, he might defend his monasteries with
Oh, you
this.
mean like up top, like this?
Yes, yeah.
Basically hoping for a city cap plus curve. That could work. Wait, I haven't checked the chat in a bit because there were a lot of people. All right, Venga Chile, Forza Fonce. Oh, William Prime saying this is now my longest stream ever. Even longer than the US Championship? I had no idea. All right, I appreciate you being, having turned this on for all this time.
Yeah, it's a pleasure watching and discussing Carcassonne moves.
But it's not over yet. We could be in for like at least another half hour, depending on how this game ends and how the bronze game ends as well.
Yeah, let's take a look. I would say Craftcraft has small advantage, but it's not decided yet.
Remember, Marian, when you said that you don't like the quadruple city tile? Well, that's the one exception. That's the absolute best tile that Red could have drawn right now.
Yeah, true.
Huge tile also for Vineria, preventing Red from completing his little city. Now I'm actually wondering, like, as Red, do you ever place this tile over here, kind of build a small city next to your monasteries as the next best thing to blocking?
I think with this one, I would place it just below the previous tile with a
This
farmer.
here. Oh, so like,
Because
yeah,
it's almost impossible to block there, right?
there's one blocking tile, only a
Yeah,
monastery
only
with a
one.
road.
Oh, yeah, right. Only that.
But then maybe he
But
decides
that,
that even
yeah,
that
but
4% chance is not good.
but that monastery road would have it jointed anyway, right? Just below it.
Oh yeah, that's true. Oh, look at that. Huge tile again for Red, preventing an organic expansion of that city. But before that, with this very, very risky monastery, was huge tile again for Yellow.
Yes.
It basically gave him 6 points, and if one monastery goes over here, then it's probably Yellow's game. However, most important is that both players have threats, and at least this threat is partially neutralized. So there are some scenarios, however, how Red gets a splitter here and then a triangle and completes his city. But Red cities are just more threatening at this point. This goes city cap triangle, this goes city cap. Both absolutely achievable objectives, and in fact, in all likelihood, Red will manage to accomplish one of them. Even if Red will not manage to accomplish these objectives, any attempt to thwart Red will likely force Yellow to spend some valuable tiles.
Yes. I mean, if I were Yellow, I would just leave them and focus on the field and closing the monasteries, because that's pretty important. I mean, the field has now 15 points and room for development. And yeah, I mean, Yellow already threw away some tiles trying to block. and now he is in the position to score points.
What a move! This actually, I quite like it. So it
Hoping for
does
the
several things.
monastery.
Yes, it's threatening a connection with the monastery with the road, but it also has some insurance in the form of starting another field for 9 points, city cap, and it will have 9 points, and also it threatens this square. But I think what will happen now is Red will place this tile over here, and maybe even meeple a farmer. Yeah. What do you think, Marian?
Yeah, I'll place it there, but I'll think about the farmer. I mean, ideal is to place it with the a field side towards the left, because this is
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
okay.
It's also not blockable, right? Because there's still two of those left. There's still straight roads. Here comes the insurance that he was talking about. But this is now about to get completed. Or prolonged even further. Oh, that's huge. Now the question is, will yellow go for the 50-50 and drop a farmer here? Is it that much time for desperation? Probably not yet, but he goes for another form of desperation.
Yeah,
I think maybe you gotta be a bit more patient there, because there's still triangles. You gotta wait for that other thing first.
Yeah.
However, I mean, there's only one of those remaining. And it's good to distract your opponent with a tile. So now he's forced to block. Okay, this is a fantastic tile for yellow. Yellow can either start attacking the top city, which does sound like a good idea, or simply forget about the top city and maybe place this city cap next to one of his monasteries. Or drop another farmer.
But that city is now very dangerous. So I think I would attack it. In the meantime, if placing city caps on the field looks promising for red now. So you would just give him points. I think I would wait monasteries to put right next to yellow's monasteries. There are still 3 in the game. So in this way in this way I think you could somehow compensate for the points from the cities. But he has to attack it. I mean, it's almost 20 points city.
He chooses not to. He chooses to place it here, which is something that he could have done on one of his previous moves, but he gets to finish a monastery with another monastery, and that's what matters for him. So that was the thing, exactly the kind of scenario that you were discussing. Does look like he's deliberating a little bit. And now he really, really, really hopes for another city cap. Osno not getting a city cap, not getting a block, getting a monastery, which usually is fantastic, but there's not much what can be done here. He does own a nice field though, which is why. Does it make sense to use your last meeple and drop another farmer just to secure that field? And then you're going to have city caps here and crossroads over here to get a meeple back.
I think yes. It would have been a good idea.
It doesn't do that, but okay, so now the idea of one of the positive scenarios for yellow worked. So he could not get this little meeple into a farm, but now it's a farm in its own right, worth 9 points. So this meeple plays well. So it was 3-7-7. This one guy basically scored 17 points with no further investment. Afonso cannot get a city cap just yet, but the triangle is almost just as good. Why not put it here and create a threat of completing your city? I know why, because there's a threat of reattacking it. It's something that he must be considering as well. Difficult decision. So maybe if you're red, maybe you're thinking about some like a spatial move, you know, placing it somewhere here, like blocking a field connection. Actually, I start rather liking it. Maybe red can win without this city.
Yeah, but at the same time, if you'd force yellow to attack you, right? And you will save time for closing the other city.
But he goes for the spatial stuff.
Okay, yeah.
That was the plan all along. Not only does it eliminate a field connection, which probably is one of the ways on which yellow's game depends on, but it also kind of protects the city a little bit. And so there's some scenarios, like imagine, oh, so here's what I can see happening. Yellow probably places this tile over here, doesn't score 2 points, or doesn't score 3 points, we're way past that now. Hopes for a curve, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, there are 2 of those remaining. Places a farmer, and with that move, indirectly attacks the city. And now red gets a triangle. I told you, man. I saw that from a mile above. Red gets a triangle, and red will probably like place it like this. And this square is now protected, so this city is now much harder to attack. So did you see the point of that move? It has like so many purposes behind it.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm happy about this one. I told you that was happened before this happened. That said, though, when you place this triangle here, do you also drop a farmer?
I'm not sure if he needed that, but yeah, let's see.
Maybe simply to prevent yellow from dropping another farmer. Like, you know, some crazy connection where yellow gets to win the field outright. Maybe that was the concern.
Okay, yeah, I understand, but
And maybe now it's not so much about the necessity, but just about creating threats. Threats everywhere. Curve is a threat. City is a threat.
wow. So
So yeah, here, yellow dodged the big one with that move temporarily. Probably now, if you're Vidiri, you complete the field connection and you just beg that red does not get another curve or curve-shaped tile.
there is one more curve, right?
I think so, yes. And maybe a
What
crossroads? Yes, no. Yes, city cap with the crossroads. Are you thinking? What are you thinking?
I'm thinking of just waiting and connecting later, if it makes sense. But
Makes sense.
but red will connect anyway, right? So
Yeah.
yeah, this
I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Also, probably a move that you might be considering is like trying a different field connection here, but I guess we don't have enough meeples for that. Yeah. Also, I guess by completing this connection, we are creating a favorable flip, because in the future there are some scenarios in which your opponent gets the curve, but your opponent gets the curve too late. So if you yellow, let's say you put it over here, then you draw this thingy, and you score 4 points over here, and then you draw something else, like a triangle, and then you block this square. So kind of to do everything with tempo. So this is definitely something that he may be considering, probably counting out the tiles, counting out the points maybe as well.
But is there any time left? So another option I see is just taking a road next to his monastery and hoping to close that very fast.
That's true. That
So
could work as well. So the field is now equal, and yellow has 2 monasteries, red has 2 big ruins. This one is live, but I'm not sure how live it is. So, but I think probably red just has so many game-winning tiles. Look at this move. Red just wants to get insurance in case yellow gets this tile. However, it's not much of insurance, because then yellow would just put it over here. Another thing that maybe he could have considered is meepling a 6-point field over here, although it could be a little bit too early for that. Possibly he could, no, take this straight line and put this upwards, sort of trying to create some sort of block against the potential sequence that I was saying. It's all very difficult. Now, also very difficult situation for... Yeah, so he chooses not to get his meeple back from the monastery. He chooses to eliminate that. At this point, I think it was a 50% shot. Yeah. Not a 50%, but like a one tile thing. Yeah. Depending on whose turn it is, it's either 50 or 40. With 5 tiles remaining. We aren't counting the points that well, but is yellow ahead though with 2 monasteries? It's okay, field equals monastery, ruin equals ruin, monastery equals ruin, extra monastery?
Red also has 1 monastery, so...
Oh, a monastery equals yellow's field. The 9-point field at the bottom.
Yeah.
Okay, let's say so. Okay, with that, red is a +1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So this is 10 thing. So then red is at +3. -3. And then it comes down to these ruins. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. They are tied. They're absolutely tied. You couldn't make... You can't make this up.
Yeah, but... I think red has to take that 6-point field, but I don't know why.
Maybe that was the thing. Okay, so now maybe that thing is happening that I was mentioning.
Yeah. So 4 points with a threat of...
4 points with a threat of block. Then this will put red at ±4. Which is why it was so important, this move over here. We call that sequence to place it like this. Although it's kind of the same threat really, because it's... Yeah, he does that. He chooses to turn it this way, not the other way. So what it's going to be? It's going to be a curve, and it's going to be a win. It's going to be a curve... But it was so suspenseful. For example, had he drawn a straight line, that would have been a victory for yellow, because then the next move is a block.
Well, there's still 1 curve left, right?
Yes, but how do you...
Oh, right, yeah.
But what do you do now with a straight line? So he doesn't have just the connection. The field is so locked, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, true.
I guess, yeah, just take 6 points. So the remaining tile is, I think, curve and the city cap that kind of worked here. So yeah, so in order to win after this move, it was instrumental that Vineria drew the city thingy for 100% connection. So this game was not over. I called it too early. After this, it was only a 66% win. And now it's a 100% win. Well, after this. Unbelievable that they actually had so much equity, both of them, until the end.
Yeah, yeah.
Although maybe if yellow uses his last meeple to reconnect, then red can just compensate with points somewhere. Like, okay, so there's a 4-point road. Yeah, maybe then red would win anyway by, I think, literally 1 point. Oh man, also I'm kind of happy that we solved this position. Why couldn't I play yesterday like that? All right. It's much easier when you're commentating. Just things are so much clearer. Do you not notice that, or
Yeah,
are
yeah.
you
Because
focused on your games?
yes, because you're detached. You know, I mean, you're relaxed. You don't have to, I don't know,
That's true. I
be
just gotta be this
stressed.
man. I just have to be as relaxed in my games, and it's gonna be fine. Although
Just
actually,
ima-
if anything, yeah.
just imagine that you're just commentating them.
Yeah, I could. Next major tournament, I'm gonna try record and stream and see how that's gonna work. Maybe that should make things easier.
Mhm. So we have decisive games in both finals.
Ooh. Oh, did Juliano Apostate make a comeback as well?
Yes.
Well, let's see the point difference. Of course, the point difference is
Yes,
going to
yes.
be equal to the big field. Wait, what? Oh, the field is not that big.
No, I think yeah.
Well, I guess we
Should
might have
count it,
miscounted
yeah.
the points a bit at some points. Well, I.
Five, yeah, completed cities. But he scored with the ruins. So now I think if Vanilla would have closed that road next to his monastery and just join with the last tile, you know, he drew the curve.
Yeah. So the thing that you were suggesting, yeah. Anyway, listen to Marian is today has proven to be a very good tactic. So
Yeah,
players
I
who
wish I
did
was.
so today prevailed.
I wish I was that inspired yesterday.
Yeah, same thing. We're in the same boat, man. All right. Oh man. Wait, what am I doing? Oh, okay. So we need. We go to. No, that's the wrong. Okay, that's the wrong Vineria. That's what you get for having 2 accounts. Okay, so it's a decider for all the marbles here. Well, actually, in the meantime, I just want to go back to that game and show you something. Because we missed the very, very start, and I think... I mean, obviously it was very, very tight, but probably the... I think part of the outcome is about the opening. Oh, come on. Let me do this. Why does it not let me do this? Okay, I just have to do this again. And now go here. It's worth the time, trust me.
Okay, I still have it open.
Yeah. Do let me know when they start. So Osno, let's choose from Vineria's perspective. Here's how the game started. So first of all, like this move here. All right, you can play like this, but it's typically not a very ambitious opening. But it's already like you're definitely way better off taking these 2 points. And now here, So there's really only one correct move in this situation. Okay, as the second position player, you are the first position player is yellow, but here you're actually the second position player because with your first move, you're relinquishing this. But all your problems start when you're trying to block over zealously because this just doesn't work mathematically. Like there are 24 tiles, I think, that... So that's a third of the tiles that with which red can continue his city and, you know, claim an advantage. But now, of course, yeah, Osno is very happy to prepare the monastery spots so neatly prepared for him, and then kind of all the problems start from here. So he has a slight advantage, then there was this pressure thing, then there were many unsuccessful blocks, and then as a result of that, yellow had to make a comeback, and he made the comeback, but then red made a re-comeback with the field. But I really think a lot of that is about the opening. So just like in chess and Carcassonne, know your openings.
Yeah, they could differ, but yeah, the main ideas remain the same. So you don't have to throw away tiles.
Alrighty, well, slightly different opening though. The same tiles, same monasteries, but now equalized. Okay, this is very equal. This is going to be an interesting game for sure. Yeah. Let's go. Very conservative here, but I rather like that. There wasn't really a lot of room to adhere to the principle of two cities, so yellow just plays it safely, banks in the 4 points, equalizes. Now red has a 1 point advantage technically because of his slightly longer road.
Yeah. But it seems to be like a map with not so many holes in it in the end, because they just building together.
Lots of fields. So here, two options. I'm pretty sure that yellow is thinking. One is go for the 5 point move, finish a road, start a monastery. Or there's one which I like. I mean, this is not bad, but the one I like is to place the monasteries adjacently over here. And adjacently placed monasteries have huge power.
Yeah.
They're much easier to complete, and even when they do get blocked, as you build them up, you're getting 2 points per tile instead of 1 point per tile. So they effectively turn into cities.
Exactly, and imagine a third monastery.
So here, I think, well, this is like a more of advanced move, but I know a player with this tile, Reds could have opted for the Ukrainian technique and like placed it over here, facing it that way, kind of obstructing the development of these two monasteries while preparing to finish a monastery of his own. I mean, of course, completely legit move, starting in your city, trying to harass a road, and look at that, it's already paid off because yellow is not able to do the thing that you wanted. Yellow is forced to simply take 2 points over here, or, yeah, probably with the city cap facing that way.
Yeah.
That would be something that's worth doing, but the thing that he wanted to do does not work anymore. Which is why partial blocks are also good. Even though they don't trap your opponent meeples, they make sure that your opponents use tiles inefficiently.
Yeah. What other options does it have? I mean, just scoring 2 points in the left? Not worth it, okay.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. It's yellow, of course. Yeah, it's not a bad idea. It makes total sense. Rather like it. So effectively it was a 4 point move. It leaves a vulnerability, but at the start of the game it's fine. And here, if you get blocked, you're only losing net 1 meeple because your opponent also loses a meeple. Yeah, and you see kind of Osno's... I think this move is alright. Yeah, but it's forces red into a slightly awkward position. I mean, at the end it's probably going to all equalize. It's going to be like a 8 point ruin or something. So he's just looking for a block, essentially.
Yeah.
As red, you can either finish a road, or you could place it like this and then take that other road. But he decides that that other road is not that valuable, and simply takes away his meeple back. A few decisions here for yellow. Yellow chooses to simply have his meeple back and to equalize on the scoreboard. Still very equal game. Osno's not continue his city, adhering to the principle of two cities, starting anew and trying to use his tile efficiently. This one he's going to build with extenders and city caps. This one he's going to build with triangles, because there's still 9 triangles remaining, as well as 2 90-degree splitter tiles. As yellow, here, again, several options to consider. Yes, this one I like a lot. Starting a new city, making this one vulnerable. Sort of forcing your opponents into some awkwardness. Like, these moves, they look simple, but they can be surprisingly powerful.
Yeah. They have multiple purposes. And it's usually common to build near your opponent. Just trying to make it more difficult for him.
Oh, look at Osno here, going for efficiency, not finishing his city, deciding he can do that later, trying to score 2 points, take advantage of the rodent element, and also indirectly continue his future ruin. Or in some scenarios, rare scenarios, a completed city. Fantastic tile for Alfonso, saving his stuff. Now, but at least, anyway, this move was good for yellow, because this forced red into slightly awkward development. Now red is continuing his cities with something that's not a triangle. Now red needs a city cap in 2 places. It's small gains like this that can actually win somebody the game.
Yeah. There was time. There was a time when I tried not to start a city with a triangle, because I imagine that the remaining tiles, I would have used them more efficiently, let's say. But yeah, it depends on how the game develops. But now, look, red has several threats, several cities. And it's difficult for yellow to focus on one.
Can't attack them all.
Yeah.
And also, this is interesting, kind of, if this gets blocked, it's okay for yellow, because this ruin develops, which is why it was such a strong move, I think, because it's also kind of kept red's options flexible. But if yellow chooses to attack a city now like this, then red can reconnect from here and snatch this big city away from him. I am feeling, I don't know what should happen, but I kind of feel that yellow's contemplating this. I feel that yellow wants to do this, with parts of them wants to do this, and I also feel that, just like in the game against Crafty, it's not going to be red that's going to get the city cap for this. It's going to be yellow that's going to get the city cap for this. And, like, yellow might win this city over. But no, he goes for the block. My intuition goes totally wrong. This move wasn't even on my radar. But also because... Maybe because I'm not such a huge fan of this move. I mean, it adds a point to your opponents. And there's still a lot of cities left.
Exactly. It's not actually a block. It's just lowering some chances. But this gives also the chance to your opponent to score some unexpected points. And I'm surprised that he didn't take that road.
I'm also very surprised. I think it was necessary in order to protect the city. Because I know that this road is slightly vulnerable, but the quadruple crossroads is still out, so you have a decent chance of getting both meeples back. But the point is now this city is so valuable, it's okay to get your other meeple trapped as collateral damage. Because sometimes when people think about trapped meeples, they don't view the situation holistically. They think about only how many points the trapped meeples is scoring. But if you think about how many points in total you're extraction from that situation, it might be completely justified. Because let's say if you take 3 points and trap a meeple for better protecting a city, then it's totally worth it. Well, now there's going to be a block, which is for 50%, but, you know, still 7 points. There's a decent threat. Now red wins the coin flip for the monastery. I would put the reds at a slight advantage. It's still only slight because 7 points for the trapped meeple is not quite enough. A lot will depend also on who wins the coin flip for the curve.
Yeah, but it's not completely trapped, right? I mean, there's
this guy won. Yeah, one tile.
one more tile, yeah. And yellow desperately tries to block it, to completely block it.
That's fine, with tempo. Now
Yeah.
probably as black, I don't play this game, but as red, I wouldn't even bother doing that. Oh, yeah, that makes sense, because kind of reducing the chances for blocking, but I would probably just be very eager to continue to complete my other city.
Yeah, true.
It's kind of important, because if that gets blocked, then also my farmer's kind of screwed. The Discord has been staying silent because everybody is just so focused on the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's the last game of the, how many? You calculated? 19?
19. Provided that you don't win anybody 2-0 in the best of 3 encounter. But I think this was the case. I think most,
for
if not
Afonso,
all.
it was,
Oh, did Afonso actually win 2-0?
today, I think in the first round he won. I'll double check. But anyway, so many games played in a row. Yeah, he won against Juliano. Well, this game is so exciting, so what's gonna happen? I would say yellow must score points and try to put some pressure on the scoring board at least.
Goes for the natural move, and that makes sense. So now it looks like red will save a city and preserve its 50% chance.
Yeah. But in the same time, put his other meeple in danger. Oh no,
Well,
yellow
not
drew it.
anymore.
So, well,
Yeah. Well, the danger of the other meeple, it's not like that bad, because committing to a starting tile, that's still 2 of those left. Well, we're probably now going to see a connection. Yeah, well, it's this game now very looks like it is yellow colored now. Yeah, and now probably a connection over here, and that will sting, which is why I definitely wish yellow had finished the city now. Yellow somehow shortened, red somehow shortened meeples.
yes, and an attack would be fine, even if that 4 points are very tempting. Yellow must not be greedy at this point. He needs to assess the overall situation. I mean, that ruin was very dangerous, but now it's fine.
Yeah, and he goes for this move because it does so many things. First of all, it kind of really limits this farmer a lot. From a potentially 9-point field, it's now turned into a 6-point field, especially if that's ruined. It prolongs the road by a point, and Exactly. It creates chances, very good chances, for completing the road without using a road end, which is always very valuable. Now, I wouldn't go here. I would take the 4 points here just to win the coin flip.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, take those 4 points. But there's another coin flip of the last monastery without road.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, it's going to be big. There's also, I guess he could also create a coin flip for the monastery with a road. That depends on kind of how you turn this tile, either 4 points like this or 4 points like this. So if you turn it like that, then sort of there's a way to get a monastery with a road and expand your field. And instead he just opts to get his meeple back, goes for the more of a conservative option, and also commits his opponent to a curve, but he immediately gets a curve. And at that stage, I probably prioritize getting my meeple back before the curve, I think. Just because I'm also putting a pressure on the city. Like, what's more important?
Perhaps.
Yeah. And, I mean, you could definitely make an argument for this as well, but I don't like the speed at which he made this decision. I think I know why. Because he made this decision before looking at your opponent's style. He was thinking whilst your opponent is thinking, so he didn't know that his opponent is going to finish this road, and he probably didn't have time to reassess the situation again.
Perhaps, yes. Or perhaps he wants to close his monastery with another monastery.
But then again, does it make sense to do so when the other monastery goes very well here?
Yeah, true. Well, okay.
Well, does it? Let's see where it goes. Probably... Ooh. How about...
9-point field?
Yeah. Over here at the bottom.
Sure.
Like, I know that it's not something that you hear a lot on my channel, but sometimes it makes sense to use monasteries as not monasteries.
Right.
Yep, and he does the thing, and I think it's a good idea.
Yeah. I mean, it's attackable, but from both sides, right? And again, he has more meeples than his opponents, so
yeah, so now red needs to
affords it.
Exactly, and now red needs to work very hard to make his field valuable. 7-point ruin, 6-point field, not enough. Actually, this field here is going to be gigantic. Oh wait, no, this is dead. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there, actually, it's not going to be gigantic. But let's say curve goes here. Okay, I think I see the thing. Curve goes here. Curve goes here. Straight line. So then there is a way how, with 2 tiles, red can expand this field. However, you would need 2 road tiles, and there are many road tiles already used up. In fact, there are no straight lines remaining. Well, that's something new.
Yeah,
the reason why there are no straight lines remaining is because red drew almost all of them. Well, 1, 2, 3. Okay, he drew 5. Yellow drew 3.
Yeah, but the difference is that yellow did something with them, putting them on his road, while red kinda didn't. Just defending and throwing them away.
By the way, we just got a notice from that our stream has been going for 5 hours.
Oh, okay.
Which
is it evening already?
Yeah, I know. We started in the morning, now it's evening. And by the end of this, and also like there were no breaks, well, except for the one before the final. It was just Carcassonne games throughout.
Yeah. It was just 10 minutes, I think. Sorry. Okay, so red needs to extend his big city, right? His ruin.
Probably. Or maybe do so like very weirdly indirectly over here, score 2 points, put a bit of pressure on this square.
Yeah, maybe red will get the remaining monster and will be back in the game.
It does look like that's going to be the factor that decides the game.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there are absolutely scenarios for Reds to win. Monastery, that's one thing. Then Curve, that's 3 points, Meeple back. Then either Meeple this field. Yeah, well, I guess there will be some sort of field fight involved, so all this will be connected for at least 12 points. There's a way to connect here. He goes for that move.
Oh,
There's some sort of backdoor chances of like extending everything, of connecting everything.
Yeah, but now yellow needs to mind his own business as just scoring points and creating new fields and putting red on in difficult situation.
Again, do you get points? You get points. Like,
yeah.
And yellow gets points. So far, a lot of kind of straightforward, natural moves.
Mm-hmm.
I know it's tempting, but I guess you don't want to give your opponent a meeple back, right?
Yeah, right. I mean, it's not the moment right now.
I know he kind of gets the tiles, but just in a slightly wrong order. What he could consider is placing this tile, like either just continue his city, like placing it over here, and then hoping to do this.
Yeah, but as a response, I mean, I think yellow will take that city.
Well, then at least it's going to cost him a meeple. Oh, attacking the field with a useless tile.
Oh.
Yeah, why not? That's efficient.
Yeah, sure.
That's a good way to do this. Probably yellow's going to re-attack from here. Or block. I would expect to re-attack.
Yes. Because if from the right, you mean, right?
From the right, from the bottom
Yeah.
right, yeah, from here.
Yeah, because if red draws the curve and completes his monastery, it would have one more city on his field. I'm not sure if this move. I mean, considering that red has only one meeple left, you don't want to create him the opportunity to complete a 9-point monastery.
Yeah, that makes sense. Although getting a meeple back, it's not the worst idea ever, I guess. Okay, so this is huge. This is field potential. This is how you can score 2 cities, if they even exist, and I believe that they might. You probably drop this in your field and you try to do something about this. Yellow has so many meeples, yellow decided to drop a 3-point farmer. So yellow decides that it will be enough for them to win. It very well could be the case. With plus 22 on the scoreboard, you have the luxury to do all kind of things.
Yeah, true. And I think he also considered that there are a lot of easy points on the map, and yeah, he tries to prevent with having more meeples in the last tile. So I think it was the right move then. But let's see. Now he has to try to attack the field, right? To secure it.
Yeah, I can't really see another move. I don't...
The road, okay.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense to me. Because it's 4... Okay, it's 4, potentially 7, as opposed to 6 points, effectively. Why not take 6 points and potentially reconnect the field? Maybe he could know something that we don't. Maybe he has counted tiles meticulously. He could actually get a meeple back and farm. He could, at the expense of giving Reds 2 extra points, finish his monastery, drop a farmer there.
Yeah. And again, if Red draws a curve and completes his monastery, that farm becomes more valuable.
Exactly. So Osno just builds, and all 3 remaining curves go to yellow, and yellow gets 3 more points probably.
Yeah.
With his road.
But who will draw the monastery?
Does this matter at this point, I'm thinking?
I think yes.
So I guess Red has to draw the monastery for it to be close. And then the game will be... Well, actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 points ruin, 7 points ruin, 8 points monastery. That's 25 already. 4 more points for Osno.
He keeps getting huge city tiles. Okay, look at that rain now.
An important city cap, a hugely important city cap for yellow. Is that the game-winning tile? Maybe. Because then he completes a city, scores a farmer, something like that.
No, so the monastery will be decisive. They are close on the scoring board, on the live scoring board.
We're gonna have the championship decided on a coin flip. Okay, probably 2 more points somewhere. Like every move, they just score quick points, which makes me think that probably yellow, when dropping this farmer, he knew what kind of tiles are remaining, and he just kept scoring, scoring, scoring. Wow. This is incredible. I guess he needs to, I don't know, what does he need to do? Take 2 points?
To pray for that monastery.
Oh, he takes 2 points like this.
Oh.
Okay, so it's gotta be a coin flip.
Oh my god, the last
It's gonna be a flip for a monastery. Well, there's only one move, really. You just take 1 point and you pray. That's it.
Pretty much, yeah.
There's still... Actually, it's not such a big difference. It's 9 points, and it's a 6-point field at the bottom. So it's not an 18-point flip, it's a 6-point flip. That's that's the Mindsports Olympiad tile for you. Let's see if that would have made a difference. So he scores a 6-point field. So this would have made... So it's like 9-6, but it would have been 6-9. Yeah, so it's made a difference of...
3 points, right?
Yeah, 3 points both ways. So like 6 points.
6 points. Yeah.
If yellow won this game by more than 6 points, then this meant that this was not decisive. All right, and that he actually had this game in the bag before. But let's wait it out. I'm not even going to refresh now.
Yeah,
we're not gonna. I think it's gonna be like not too far, but yellow should win this. Or maybe it's further than we thought.
Yeah, I think so. Oh yeah, I missed those little fields.
Yeah,
of
they all
yellow.
add up, don't they? Yeah. So
Yeah,
19-point difference. It would have been a 13-point difference. So I guess
so
this.
it didn't matter that much.
Oh,
But
this suspense was resolved. All right. So, well, congratulations to Jorim Maya and to Chile for a huge accomplishment winning the Mind Sports Olympiad, which probably in how difficult it is to do is just as hard or maybe even harder than winning the World Championship and having qualified for said World Championship. Definitely a great achievement for Chile, especially.
yeah, and a very, very nice game. So I really enjoyed them.
Yeah. Also, I think they both played really well, and also the second place finisher Afonso also played really well.
Yeah,
Found
yeah,
some
definitely.
found some strong moves. All right. Well, I guess we could revel in that a little bit and do some post-mortem of the game, but we need to go to the third place match, which might be still ongoing, or has it already finished?
I think it's already finished, right? Juliano won. Oh, no, so the third game. Okay, so he got the bronze. Well done. Congrats. Congrats
So
to
yeah.
all the players that played today, because yeah, today was the final stage of the competition, and yeah, really interesting games.
Oh, really interesting indeed. So it's Chile, Portugal, and Spain in that order. Also, very interesting look at that. So they had the second game kind of super close and deciding the whole thing, and then just two blowouts at the start and at the end. So very, very symmetrical. And a very similar situation with the final as well. Well, not similar, but we had one very close game in the middle.
I think they all were close games. Just the score difference is lying somehow, but there were, I think, decided yeah, one or two times, which matter of inspiration and a little bit of luck.
Yeah, I'd say so, and it's also especially it seemed that like Vineria preferred a high variance strategies. Remember starting a big field in the first game, and there were
Yeah, I'm
also
happy
some other.
for the winner, and if I do.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, we're just losing a little bit of sound.
Yeah, it's fine for me. I also feel sorry for Afonso because, yeah, it was like a final to him, and I know how it's to lose one. And yeah, but hey, you got silver medal, right? So don't be too upset.
Yeah. All right. Oh, we have so many people in the chat here. There was a delay, at least there was supposed to be. I know I put in like a 1.5 minute delay or something like this. What else? What else? Yes, I see a lot of congratulations to Vineria, rightly so. Craft Giraffes here telling he's totally exhausted. Yeah, I wouldn't.
Yeah, I feel
Not
him.
surprised about that at all. Oh yeah, now I sort of feel bad because like I think like always when we comment in games because it's just so much easier from here. We say, oh, this player should have done that. So this player should have done this. But yeah, totally understandable. Ricardo Araújo is here from Portugal. All right. Oh, and our champion is here as well. Saying, friends, you don't know how happy I am. At that moment, if I understand correctly. 3 downward facing Spanish exclamation marks. Yeah, congratulations for that indeed. What else? Yeah, oh, in case if anybody's new to this channel, like we do stuff like this a lot, there is going to be World Team Carcassonne Online Championship coverage here in late spring, and there's a lot of Carcassonne strategy videos, Carcassonne game analysis videos, and all kind of stuff like that. So if you like it, do meeple the like button and subscribe if you're planning to watch this content more than once. So I see Vineria probably commenting on the big field. Again, we're running with a bit of a delay here, so anything we see in the chat was true a couple minutes ago. Certainly these games with the big fields are like more entertaining for the commentators, because you know they're like all these huge point swings and stuff, and that's great. That's worked for Vineria very well, kind of getting his opponent out of his comfort zone. Yeah,
But
exactly.
yeah, they both played really well. They didn't make any mistakes. It was just a matter of, yeah, I don't know, who draws what tile when.
Yeah. Alrighty, we've been live for 5.5 hours. We're gonna say again congratulations to Horim for winning this huge event, and wish him best of luck in the World Championship, and shout out to the all other top 4 players, Craft Giraffe, Juliano, and the second place finisher, Alfonso Cavaco. All very strong games, very enjoyable to watch.
Yeah, I really enjoyed them, and yeah, I'm sorry for not witnesses all the games, but yeah, it was not possible.
But at least we saw every player at least once. That was our goal. So at least we
I
did
think
that.
so. Yeah.
Yeah.
So